hello, hello. What's going on? Hello, Daspir. Never heard of Tinykin? It's a cool little game. It's fun. Gotta wait for people to get in, of course. It's a little earlier than my usual stream time. But I got something I gotta do later today, so I figured we'll do it now, get it out of the way, and then I'll be able to, leave early. I mean, I'll still probably be around the same length of stream, as usual. What's up, Trambalore, Space Cowboy, Dot T, Maxwell Forever, Mao, Slender MF? Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody doing? Alexa Pantic, hello. Good evening. It's just afternoon for me. It's not very late. Sunler K, hello everybody. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty all right. Sup Sven, K, Sunler. I don't know if I already addressed some of you. I forget. And we just started the stream, so we're already off to a good start. Captain Straginski? What's up, Contra? Hello, 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 everybody. How's everybody doing today? Feeling pretty sick today, Mal? That sucks. Well, I'm glad I can provide some entertainment for your brain without having to push buttons. Oh, Space Cowboy, thank you very much for the donation. Favorite music genre / bands? Well, I'm not too much of a music person. Honestly, most of what I listen to is just like game and movie music. But if I had to pick a favorite genre, it'd probably be either techno or like some hard rock kind of metal stuff. But as for bands, let me think. I like One OK Rock. I like Supercell. I like this is all just bands I know from games because I don't know music. It's, I can't think of any others off the top of my head. Greetings from Bosnia. Hello, Alexa. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be honest, I've never even heard of Bosnia before. Hey, Lori Coco. What's up? Favorite Persona game in terms of music? It definitely Persona 3. I think that Persona 3 has some pretty sick music for sure. I mean, all the Persona games have fantastic music, of course, but I think Persona 3 has the strongest music. Metallica, I've listened to a little bit of Metallica here and there. They're pretty good. My dad is really, really into Sabaton, so I've listened to a half decent amount of Sabaton as well, and I like their stuff. They're pretty good. JoJo's Bizarre Adventures expanded your music palette? Well, I have never watched JoJo. Oh yeah, but I do know a lot of the characters and their stands, right, are named after music and stuff and bands. I'm familiar with that. I was thinking I gotta get some music perhaps on the stream for like this stuff at the beginning and the end of the stream when we're just kind of hanging out and talking. Be nice to have some background music going, so I gotta set up a thing with a bunch of music that we could just play in the background. What kind of anime genre am I into? I watch a lot of different types of animes, but I would say like my favorite genres of anime are probably slice of life, romance. Actually, I quite like those dramas. Some like thrillers and more interesting things as well from time to time. Science fiction is basically just the kind of stuff I'm into in general. You know, anime is just a medium, so you can tell any kind of story in it. Don't it ruins the low key, low budget kind of feel? I was thinking about that, Laura. Like maybe I should, since I'm going to be streaming more regularly going forward. I probably should get nicer stream layout and stuff instead of the fucking garbage stuff I have right now. For one, something that's at least partially animated, so it doesn't just look like the stream is frozen. And yeah, having some kind of music in the background. I don't know. I don't know. Is that going too far? I do kind of like the low budget feel, but it's kind of shit. Did I watch Spy Family? Not yet, but that is definitely one that I want to watch. Pariah is public TV access aesthetic streamer. Yeah, kinda. A little bit. Hey, Canal du Zenny. What's up? You think it's fine the way it is? I mean, it's fine, but I maybe want something better than fine, you know? Clinton, yes, welcome back. Background music won't hurt? Exactly. Exactly. You love for the art of me to hover up and down in the air? That's an idea. We could do something with that. We'll see. I might eventually get like a nicer layout with like some fancier stuff. We'll see. We'll see. Eventually, maybe. Am I aware of Sonic Advance Revamped or other hacks of the Advance games? I am aware of them, yes, but I haven't really looked into them very much because I find stuff that like changes the level design of games to be very questionable. A lot of times, I feel like it's not 100% understanding what the game is going for, and so it kind of messes things up more than it helps in certain ways. Why is it so appealing about Sonic Roboblast gameplay? I think it's really good. I think it's really fun, and it feels very authentic to Sonic in a lot of really good ways. What's the name of my OC? You mean like the pariah mask floating entity thing? I don't have a name for it. I guess it's the pariah, whatever. I didn't even make that. That was just fan art that someone did, and they came up with that design, and I was like, that's cool. Can I use it? Have I tried Roboblast with the X Momentum mod? I don't even know what that is, so no. Although they're in the process right now of changing Roboblast 2 to use more like traditional Sonic-like physics, right? I've been hearing a lot of people are actually upset about that change. I haven't looked into it very much, so I don't really know the situation with that. Mask with gloves, heavy Balan Wonderworld vibe to it. Well, Balan. Oh wait, yeah, Balan does wear a mask. Yeah, I forgot about that. Is it a mask or is that just their eyes? I don't even remember. It basically removes the speed cap. Well, that sounds like a terrible idea. Oh yeah, no, I definitely do agree with that, Canal du Zenny. Roboblast 2 definitely does have some problems in the physics department for sure. But overall, it's still pretty good, and the level design is very strong in the game. Have I played Punch-Out for the Wii? Yeah, I've played all the Punch-Out games. They're fun until they start to get really hard, and then they kind of get annoying. Have I seen Palworld? I know about it, but I haven't looked at it very closely. I'm not really a Pokemon fan, so I don't really care that much. Whatever. Are people liking it? Have they said good things about it? I don't even know. Have I played the Sonic Java games? No. What's up, Danny Ben S? I'm streaming and I'm gonna be playing a video game. That's kind of my thing. Power World is more like Arc. The Pokemon thing is just a mechanic. Oh, well, I've not played Arc either. I've not played very many of those like survival crafting type games. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people Contra say that SRB2 controls are a real struggle to get used to. I think that's one of the reasons that they are making changes to it, because they're trying to make it more accessible for people that have struggled with it. Hey, Shasha, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Your mods don't work for Sonic 2 Absolute. Do I have a solution? I think you have to like make the mod for Sonic 2 Absolute to make sure it works. If you just make it for the Sonic 2 decompilation, it may not work in Absolute. Like if you go to Game Banana, Sonic 2 and Absolute have their own separate mod pages. I play video games. That's news to you. Yeah, it's a hobby that I have. I don't really talk about it that much. That is correct, Laura. That is very correct. I mean, it works for Cloud Built, but Cloud Built is a very different game. All right, we got some people in here, so why don't we start the game? Let's see, I gotta do this, and then that, and there's gonna be a black screen for a second. Hold on. There we go. Tinykin. I'm assuming a lot of people aren't too familiar with this game, because didn't make a huge splash when it came out or anything. I picked this game up a while ago thinking I might want to do a video of it, but when I played it, I realized I didn't really have that much to say about it. But I still wanted to cover it in some form, so I figured, hey, why don't we stream the game? And that'll be fun.
Aegis, my beautiful
Shasha, you tried out Cloud Built? It's awesome. It
the
is.
home planet
Shh,
of
cutscene.
humanity. According to what they teach in school, nowadays...
Really nice animation here.
I'm Maladane, an archaeologist and researcher in the most prestigious university in the world. And this is Nevis, my assistant. I've studied relics, artifacts, and fossils.
How's the volume, by the way?
And my conclusion is clear. Humans do not originate from Aegis, but somewhere else. Our true home planet awaits us, far beyond the stars. During my research, I came across an ancient signal, clearly of human origin, emanating from a nearby galaxy. Since that discovery, I've been preparing to go and meet the originator of the signal. We've explored each planet from pole to pole, and now we found it. It's decided. Nevis and I will go to this mysterious planet to uncover the secret of humanity's origins.
You hear it fine? It's quiet, but you can hear it? Yeah, it's supposed to be quiet, because, I'm talking. Animated series when? Yeah, they got really good animators for this. So this game, for those that are not aware, very inspired by Pikmin, but instead of like a time management strategy game, it's a 3D platformer. And it has, we were just talking about Sonic Roboblast 2, yeah, it has that kind of art style of 2D flat characters in a 3D world. Guess you could also say it's a bit Paper Mario-y, right? Oh no, it's gonna be Earth but dead. Yeah, some bizarrely shocking similarities here between Pikmin 4 and this game. Oh, I'm wearing one of my costumes that I unlocked when I played the game initially. I'll go with the default for now. Yeah, these are tutorialization things. Yeah, and you have a little hover you can do, little float. Hello? Game? What happened? Okay. Well, hold on. What the fuck? I guess the game just crashed or something. That was weird. Very strange. When I played the game initially, there were no problems at all. Sorry. Sorry. You want me to rewrite Sonic Frontiers? I haven't thought about it, but I could probably give it a shot, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Okay, should be good now, I think. Yeah, alright, there we go. There's the game. Let's see if it crashes again. And if it does, that's a problem that we're gonna have to figure out. There we go, the animation didn't play, that was the issue. Weird. Yeah, so these are our Pikmin. And each type gets a little introduction cutscene, which is very cute and cool. And they show off their unique thing. You don't like the constant facing towards you of the main character? I'm fine with it. This art is very modern Cartoon Network. I don't even know what they have on modern Cartoon Network. This is a good way to kind of reappropriate Pikmin mechanics, like to build up your army of Pikmin in a platformer collectathon. You platform around and collect them. That makes sense. That works. I've already played this game, by the way. And what's nice is you can just hold the... There's an aim button and then a throw button. You can just hold it and it'll automatically throw the number it needs on the things, which is good. Like Pikmin, they carry stuff around, but like I said, there's not really that much of time management here. It just takes time for that to happen, but there's no time crunch. There's no time limits or anything, no limited number of days. You can do a little bit of multitasking, I suppose, but it's not really important. Cartoon Network stopped caring about older audiences. I mean, did they ever really care that much about older audiences? They were a cartoon show, or a cartoon channel for kids. I guess they had stuff for slightly older kids, like Teen Titans and whatever. But that seems to pretty much check out with what you're saying there, Subsonic Sparkle. Hey, Anthony Scrima. You've been a Pariah viewer for a couple years when Origins was introduced. I'm glad you like my stuff. What about Adult Swim, though? Well, Adult Swim is like an entirely separate thing. So yeah, we gotta get all the parts for the thing to build our spaceship to get back. It's like the Pikmin. Now we have our main movement thing. Problem with many Cartoon Network shows, they started looking the same after a while. Is that just Cartoon Network? That feels like most modern cartoons all have a very similar look these days. Now we have this to get around a little bit faster. I don't think you have anything to sell right now, right? Yeah, that's just telling you, collect these things because they're money for buying stuff in the shop. You can grind on stuff. Infinity Train? I've never even heard of that. Oh, really, Revy? They fixed Unleashed on Xenia? Sick. I will definitely check that out later. Well, Anthony, you can already play Unleashed on Xenia, and the full game is playable pretty much, but for a while you could not increase the resolution of the game because it would break. But apparently Revy is saying that there's a fix for that now, so you can run it at higher resolutions, which if that's the case, that's super cool. Oh yeah, I'm remembering now what this game... The lore is. This game does have lore. Which Xenia, regular or Canary? You gotta use Canary. And you have to use the Vulcan API to get Unleashed to work. Polar AP, you remember when I said in my Dream Team video that its story doesn't feel like a Sonic one? Can I elaborate on that? Well, I mean, it's barely even a story at all to begin with. Nothing happens. So that's a problem. But what I meant by that was, like, the setup of it and what was going on could have been any platformer series. It didn't specifically have to be Sonic in any way. No, not again! Why is this happening anytime the game tries to play one of the animated cutscenes? God damn it. Fucking hell. Why you doing this to me, Tinykin? This game doesn't want me to play it? Apparently. I'll try something to see if we can fix it. Let me see. Try that, maybe? Hopefully that'll work. Basically, Dream Team's story premise feels bland. Yeah, I guess. Okay, let's try that. See if that does a little bit better. Let's see what happens. Okay, it played this time. No, Mao, I've never... I saw the Scott Pilgrim movie. That's it. That's my entire connection to Scott Pilgrim. So now I have these kinds of Tinykin that can blow up and destroy things. And yeah, the title of this stream, Platforming and Collecting in Tinykin, that's very accurate, because that is all this game is. You platform, and you collect stuff. That is it. There's not really much of, like, missions, or side objectives, or mini-games, or much of anything here. And what is here? It's all platform to this location, and collect the things. But I kind of like that about the game. It's very, like, straightforward, and it's just, like, go. So you can just enjoy the nice aesthetic and atmosphere and the art, and, just have some nice laid-back fun. And it works pretty well. It's just go around, and you see stuff, and you get the stuff. Very chill game in that way. Did I hear that YouTube secretly tried to make the site work like garbage for anyone using adblock? Is that true? I did not hear that at all. I haven't encountered any issues. But I guess, you know, that should be expected, because obviously I don't use adblock. I would never do such a thing. If I didn't tell you, you would have assumed that this was a spin-off of an animated series. Yeah, it really feels like it could be. They definitely had an aesthetic they wanted to go for, and they nailed it. It definitely does feel like the character design style is super Dexter's Lab, right? Like, that's clearly the kind of, 90s Cartoon Network that they were aiming for. And they totally got it. It's great. Anthony Scrima, I guess I can understand that, but what I would say is that you might run into some graphical issues every now and then playing a game on emulation, but you will run into more graphical issues playing a game on official hardware, like being able to run it only at 480p. I would call that a graphical issue. One that can be fixed with emulation, or playing a game at only 30 FPS. It's trade-offs. No matter how you play, you get some benefits, but some drawbacks. And it's about what's better and more worth it. And in my opinion, emulation, more often than not, you get the better experience. Dexter is way more sharp-looking. Yeah, definitely. But, you know, it's definitely channeling that kind of vibe, for sure. Actually, PS2 games at 480i on a CRT can look damn fine. I mean, I personally cannot stand interlacing because of the, like, shitty, like, kind of blurry, almost ghosting that comes with it. And also, where the CRTs are not a thing. Where the fuck am I gonna get, like... I know there are some people that are, like, super purists that are like, always play old games on a CRT, but I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna fucking hunt down an old-ass TV or monitor to play old games anymore. That's just gonna break because it's fucking old as hell, and then I'm gonna have to get another one. Like, CRTs are just gone. Like, they're dead technology, and they're only gonna be around for so much longer before none of them really work anymore. You just have to accept it and move on. Plus, also, I have issues with the look of CRTs. Well, Subsonic Sparkle, it doesn't matter how careful you are or how much you protect it, it will just die eventually. And then what are you gonna do? Buy another one? And then that one dies, and then what? Buy another one? It's something I was thinking about personally for myself with, like, collecting things. I'm not much of a collector, but, you know, I do have stuff of, like, games from older consoles and stuff like that. Like, I have Genesis cartridges of older games. I have Sonic Pocket Adventure for the Neo Geo Pocket Color. I actually have that game, physically. But I was thinking about it, and it's like... what am I gonna do? Am I gonna hold on to all these fucking things forever so I can play these games? Realistically, no. Like, I don't know. If I have Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD on my Wii U, am I gonna keep my Wii U forever so I can continue to play those games? Obviously not, especially in a world where I can get, I can play them on my computer through CMU. So it's like, what is even the point of keeping my Wii U? Just for the sake of it? How long is that going to go on for? Am I going to hold on to my Wii U and my Xbox 360 and my PS3 and my 3DS and my whatever, all of these machines forever for my entire life when I'm 75 years old? No, obviously not. So I've really been just kind of accepting the idea of letting stuff go. As long as I can still play the games on my PC, whatever. You gotta say, guy. What are you doing here? Yeah, a lot of the NPCs in this game don't really have that much of value to say. This reminds you of Pikmin, Gyroniel? Yeah, obviously, it's very influenced by Pikmin. There's a lot of NPC dialogue if you really want to, you know, feel out the world and stuff, but personally, I didn't really find a lot of it to be that interesting, so I'm not going to be talking to people too much throughout this playthrough. Have I heard about retro achievements? I'm familiar with them, but I don't give a fuck. Achievements are stupid. This is one of the missions. I already did some of it. I got 2 letters and put them in here. Yeah, you can find some envelopes. Like, that's the kind of mission here, is platform around, find the envelopes, bring them back here. Just more collecting and more platforming, because that's the whole game. This is an actual, like, mission, kind of. Have I heard about the new Suicide Squad game? Yeah, I've heard of it. Whatever. It's unfortunate, because Rocksteady is a solid developer, but they're being forced to make trash. Because live services. I don't think I have enough for this, right? No, I do not. That's a part of the game. You don't have enough Tinykin of this type, so come back later when you have enough. Which just means go do more platforming and collecting. Yeah, exactly. Just more games as a service crap. Like, that fucking Gotham Knights game from a while ago, you could just look at that game and be like, that game's gonna flop. No one's gonna fucking play that shit. And lo, it did, and no one cares. Who could have seen that one coming? Everybody. Everybody ever could have seen that coming. Have I played any of the Oddworld games? Nah, I've never played an Oddworld game before. Oh, look, another collectible. This is just like a big collection of money, though. Because you can see that counter in the top right. 584 out of 1,000, so you know we gotta collect all of it. Except you really can't realistically, because 1,000 means there's a shit ton of it all over the place. And when you get to, like, you know, 994, it's like, where the fuck are the rest of them? I have no idea, and there's no way to, like, track them. So you're kind of just screwed. Very, not just Pikmin, also very Bug Fables, right? The end of Bug Fables when you go in the house, and it's, you know, just the general aesthetic and idea of tiny world with bug people, making a living out of what's left of the world. Very, very similar aesthetic. Lots of games coming out these days where you're a tiny dude running around a big house. And I'm okay with it. I love that aesthetic. It's super fun. Have I seen the Prince of Persia that people are raving about? Yeah, I have. It looks really good. I definitely want to pick it up at some point and give it a shot. It looks really, really cool. Which I'm a little bit surprised by, but I kind of shouldn't be, because it is Ubisoft Montpellier who made the Rayman UbiArt games, which are amazing. So, yeah, I am pleasantly surprised to hear it's as awesome as it is, and I definitely want to play it. What about Chibi Robo? Oh yeah, also very Chibi Robo, for sure. Never played a Chibi Robo, though. Well, T, maybe later in the game there is some creepy stuff in this. Who knows? Who knows? Not very much, but a teensy bit. Teensy little creepiness. A little bit. Let's go this way. What about that bread game? You mean I Am Bread? I mean, I guess. But isn't that just like a meme game? I got lots of red. I need some pink Tinykin. I don't have enough of them. Plucky Squire still en route? Oh yeah, that game looks super cool. Fun to speedrun, I Am Bread? I've never even played it, so I don't know. Would you even really make the distinction, Anthony, between third-person shooters and first-person shooters? I would argue that's kind of just splitting hairs. I just call them shooters. Is it really that big of a difference to make it a separate genre? I don't think so. Everyone's listing off their favorite game genres. I guess I'll do it too. Mine would be action games, 3D platformers, Metroidvanias, and shooters, probably. Off the top of my head. Oh, and probably stealth games and point-and-click adventures I would throw on there as well. Now I have the nose for this. Again, another mission that's just platform and collect, because that's the whole game. The little dudes remind you of Pikmin? Yeah, obviously this game is very inspired by Pikmin. That's clearly what it's going for. Alright, now. I have to go around this way. Oh yeah, Toy Story 2 as well, which I didn't play a whole lot of, but I did play it a little bit back in the day. Have I seen the new DMC mobile game? Well, that game's been around for a while. It's been in, like, early release in some countries, so I've known about it for quite a while. Get up higher to try to get over there. I haven't paid attention to it because it's a mobile game. Is it any good? I'm gonna guess no, because it's a mobile game. Damn. Just made that. Looks like the final version is worse than the beta version. That's unfortunate. But also, it's a mobile game, so I don't exactly have high expectations going into mobile games. And I don't know why you would. You don't play mobile games anymore? Yeah, I haven't played a mobile game in a long time. I think the last mobile game that I, like, played quite a bit of was Plants vs. Zombies 2, which was actually a really fun game. And it's unfortunate that it kind of got fucked up with mobile game garbage. What's my favorite mobile game? Probably a rhythm game of some kind. Like, I played a lot of Rayark games on my phone for a while, like Demo and Citus, or Cetus, however you pronounce that. So, probably something like that. Yeah, we're in, like, a weird church now. There's all this lore if you talk to the NPCs. But I'm not gonna bother. PvZ2 mods are cool as hell. Yeah, I've seen that there are, like, mods of PvZ2 to enhance it and remove a lot of the mobile game garbage from it. So I'll probably check those out eventually at some point. Hey, Pato, what's up? Yeah, it's like Pikmin as a platformer. It's a fun game. This is my second playthrough of it. I have already played through the game. Just wanted to show it off because it's fun, cool. Nice chill game to hang out to. And they had fully original worlds based on the Chinese version of the game. That's cool. Oh, no, I see. Can I get that from here? No, it's too far. Oops. There we go. I'm sure there are quality mobile games out there, Polo AP, but also I have enough games to play through PC and console stuff, so I'm not really looking for good mobile games. Also, my phone is a piece of shit. It's very cheap, and it's a couple years old at this point, so it fucking sucks, so I probably can't even run a lot of newer games anyway. And that's fine, I'm not really looking to play games on my phone. I played Plants vs. Zombies 2 on my computer using BlueStacks back in the day. Is BlueStacks still a good way to play, mobile games on PC, or is there something better now? BlueStacks is alright if you have a beefy PC, which I do. It's been a while. That was before I built my current PC, so I don't have it even on this computer. Also, BlueStacks, I'm pretty sure it's fine, but it is, like, it feels kind of shady in some ways. So I'm like, eh. I mean, I had it on my last computer, so I guess it's okay. But I don't know. Nox is pretty good. I've never even heard of Nox. I don't know what that is. Where do I go here? No. Ugh. This game gives you sensory overload. It definitely has a lot of shit all over the place, for sure. Nox is an emulator, but it's more lightweight than BlueStacks. Okay, I might look into that. We'll see. Because I was thinking I may want to do a video reviewing Sonic Runners. I'll have to use Runners Revisited for it. But I don't have a way to record that off of my phone, so I would need to use some kind of Android emulator. But I'm also kind of like, bleh. Setting all that shit up sounds like a pain in the ass. Nah, mobile stuff is fairly simple? Okay. Because it was a long time ago that I had BlueStacks on my old computer, so I don't remember what the process was like. Why would you want to review Runners, though? Because I review all the Sonic games. It's kind of my thing. I review the Sonic games. And I've never played Runners before, so I'd want to play it and see if it's any good. It's interesting just on the fact that it's a mobile game made by Sonic Team. It's not like Sega Hardlight or, you know, some cheapo developer. It's actual Sonic Team that made that game, which that alone makes it at least noteworthy. And I think worth checking out. But if I review all Sonic games, where's the Sonic Schoolhouse review? Well, I don't review all the Sonic games. When Sonic X on the Leapfrog, not gonna happen. Whack. I mean, first of all, I don't even know what the heck I would play that with. And secondly, why would I go to all that trouble for Sonic X on the Leapfrog? It's some fucking garbage edutainment crap. Why would I waste my time with that? Pretty please? No. There's the last of the envelopes, so I can bring those back to the mailbox. Most of the stuff is cleared out at this point. Oh, there's some stuff down there I didn't get. I don't think I had anything left over there. So I think we can safely... Oh, there's fall damage, by the way. But you can mitigate it. Classic 3D platformer style. You're surprised Sonic X didn't get a game adaptation? I'm not. Sonic X was the adaptation. It's the marketing product for the real product being the Sonic games. Will there be a Sonic X review for the show? Yes. Do I have enough now? I don't, still. Why is there even fall damage in the game? I honestly don't know. Because video games have... platformers have fall damage, that's why. I'm trying to think if they ever, like, utilize it in a meaningful way, and I don't think so. I forgot to grab that earlier. Getting close to having all of them, which means we're getting close to the part where you're like, I don't know where the rest of them are. There's only 4 left, and they're somewhere in this giant level with a million nooks and crannies. The game does a really good job of building this world, though. How there's all these, like, houses and little bars and shops and stuff with all the ant characters in it, or all the bug characters that you can talk to. It's very nice. Remember to review the 4Kids version? No. No. Get the... Oh, I see. I need a screwdriver. This game is cute? Yeah, it's a very cute game. Am I familiar with Sonic's deep lore sneezing powers? I'm familiar with how fans have made that up as a thing that they believe, when in reality, it happened once ever. And the fact that it happens at all is somewhat compelling for the idea of that was at least a concept that they wanted to explore at one point, but they never ended up doing anything with it. He did it once, and that was that. What even is the sneezing power? It's like spider sense, basically. When Sonic, the idea is that when Sonic is around danger, he sneezes, and that gives him, like, a warning that something bad is happening. Which is why when he's going to Little Planet, that happens. And, he sneezes, and you see Eggman's up to no good. But again, it only happened that one time ever, and is not a thing. He did it at Sega Joypolis? What even is... Like, what are you talking about? Sega Joypolis what? Do I like chow mein? Yeah, it's fine. It was also all over the manga and early official art, like the manga, where it's Nikki and all that shit, because I wouldn't necessarily consider any of that a reliable source for, like, actual Sonic stuff. And early official art, yeah, early official art also had Sonic with a human girlfriend, and that's not a thing either. Again, it was probably just an idea they were exploring, and they dropped it. Hey, stupid baby, what's going on? It's like a Sonic arcade merch place in Japan? Yeah, so what was the thing about Sonic sneezing? See, look, it's like Pikmin. Multitasking. Also, if we're gonna talk about that Sonic sneezing shit, how does him sneezing and Sonic and the Secret Rings fit into everything? Huh? Everything is canon, right? What's the connection there? Let's see. Okay, I had to get this. Would I rather have a Sonic game more like Colors or more like Generations? I guess more like Generations if I had to pick between those two. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip through the dialogue. Sorry if anyone is interested. Play the game for yourself if you want to see what all the characters have to say. I already did on my first playthrough, so I'm just going. Still need to find that screwdriver to open the TV and get in there. I don't remember where it is. Yeah, but stupid baby, that's, there's gotta be a connection, because everything's connected, because it's all canon, of course. There's more to it than that, obviously. Do I believe the leaks of a new Sonic game coming in 2024? You mean that, Sonic and Shadow game? It sounds like it could be plausible. I'd be curious about who the developer is. Yeah, how do I get this to play again? I need to push that in. Or, oh no, this has to be plugged in, probably? I don't remember. Guess there's more I need to do here. Where is the... Ooh. Things. Things! What was in those leaks? I don't remember exactly, but it basically was that there's going to be a Sonic game this holiday that's going to be focused on Sonic and Shadow. And they said it was going to be a follow-up to Colors Generations and... oh, here we go. Here's what I need. Colors Generations and Forces, which I presume that means it's going to be another boost game. Here's the shop. That extends how long you can hover with the bubble for. They mentioned Lost World too, did they? I don't remember. Shadow and Sonic at the Olympic Games. Oh yeah, there are Olympics this year, aren't there? I wonder if there will be another Mario and Sonic. There. Now I can put turn that on. That was the main objective. Oh, it just does it already on its own. Oh no, Subsonic Sparkle. It's definitely going to be Superstars Plus, for sure. You don't believe the leaks because Sega would try to ride the success of Frontiers? Well, nothing is stopping them from also doing that. It could be that it's a different team making the Sonic and Shadow game. What would they even do for Superstars Plus? My guess would be Fang as a playable character in, like, his own little mini-campaign or something like that. Alternatively, I could see them doing something, if they want to do another 4-player co-op thing, they could do, like, a Metal character story, where you're Metal, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy. So it would be co-op again. That's possible. Well, it could be Brickster Man, like, another team within Sonic Team. Like, they could be going back to having multi-developers on the same, team. Making stuff. We're not done here yet, though. I still have to find that screwdriver and open the TV. I want to do all the things in the level before I move on. Where have I not been yet? I have no idea. Pay the DLC to remove the bosses. You know, that would be a good improvement to the game. Exactly, Stelmo. They're not gonna do that. Maybe there's a drawer I can open somewhere. I think I went behind the piano already. Yeah, you're the Stelmo show. Yeah, I am getting a feeling that it's maybe opening up a cabinet or something. Yep. Right here. Definitely signed in your main account. I have no idea how that works. Well, the screwdriver was not in there. Yeah, the music, now that I put the CD in, it's playing. This art gives you Luigi's Mansion 3 vibes? Yeah, I guess, kinda. Secret Rings or Black Knight? Black Knight. Very clearly the better game. Is there even a debate to be had there? Am I excited for Switch 2? Yeah, somewhat. I'm not, like, going crazy over it, but I am looking forward to a Nintendo console that can hopefully run their games. That would be nice. Am I mad that it's rumored to be as powerful as a PS4 Pro? Why would I be mad about that? Oh, there it is right there. I'm an idiot. Oh, but I can't get there from here. Alright, I have to probably glide over. I make it? So I was thinking I wouldn't make that. There we go. Now we can open that. People say that level 99 Secret Rings with a controller is better than Black Knight. Well, I've played both. No, Black Knight is definitely the better game. At least in my opinion. People were fuming on Twitter. I mean, it's fucking Twitter, so who gives a shit? But about what? About the Switch 2 power? Why would they be upset about it being as powerful as a PS4 Pro? That's pretty good. That's a big step up from where the Switch is currently. Oh yeah, I got everything. Nice. Oh, did I not get the thing in here? Oh, wait. Am I stupid? I think I'm stupid. Yeah, okay, I got everything in here. Oh yeah, and then that spit out this. I was reading chat, so I didn't see. Yes, people expected a handheld PS5. Why would they be expecting that? You hope Switch 2 is backwards compatible? Oh, it definitely has to be. There's no way in hell they can release a Switch 2 that can't run Switch games. It absolutely must. Alright, that's this level completely done. Done everything here. I think there's 5 or 6 levels in this game, something like that. You hope they don't call it Switch 2? I'd be fine with Switch 2. It's very straightforward. They don't want to make the Wii U mistake again and confuse people. Especially because if they're smart, it's just going to be a more powerful Switch. Like, don't fuck around again and make some weird gimmicky bullshit that no one's gonna want. The Switch is good. But, the thing is, the Switch came in and basically invented its own market of the console handheld hybrid thing. It's no longer the only thing, though. It now has competition, because the Steam Deck is a thing. So, how are they going to compete with that? I've completed the level the quickest you think you've seen. Well, I've already played this game before. This is not my first time playing. Yeah, this is the way to go. Do I plan to do all the races as well? Maybe. We'll see. The races are okay in this game, but the movement is very shallow, so there's not really a whole lot to get out of it. Yeah, that's the race stuff. Have I tried Prince of Persia yet? No, I haven't picked it up. Oh yeah, I have to go, I think, through the door here? Yeah, I believe. Why does the player character look like UGJJK? I don't know who that is. Hey, Sonic White. Yeah, I started the stream a little earlier today because I got some stuff I gotta do later. I don't remember where I'm supposed to go at this point. I may actually not be supposed to be going back here yet. I think I'm not. Yeah, okay. Going back. JJK is the hugest anime of 2020 so far. Pretty generic shonen action. Yeah. I haven't really paid much attention to anime lately in recent times. So I don't even know what's been going on. And shonen action stuff is not my kind of thing anyway, so I don't even care. This isn't backtracking, silly. This is me forgetting where I'm supposed to be going, because I wasn't reading the dialogue from the characters. Here we go. This is the second level. What is my favorite Sonic OST? How the fuck am I supposed to pick? What kind of question is that? Alright, let's see if the game crashes again. It did! Okay, great, amazing. So apparently this is gonna be a thing. Every time we encounter a new type of Tinykin, for some reason. This did not happen on my first playthrough. I don't know what's going on. If it's any OST other than Heroes, I'm a fraud. I mean, Heroes definitely has one of my favorite OSTs, I would say. But fucking so many games have great OSTs. Shadow the Hedgehog is a great OST. Sonic CD is a great OST. Sonic 3D Blast has a great OST. It's the Let's Play streaming curse. Yeah. I have no idea what's happening, but it's a problem. Let me do that. 3D Blast original or Saturn version? Original for sure. Okay. Is that working? Yes, that's working. Alright, let's see if it doesn't crash this time. I assume it won't because it's the second time. Yes, it works the second time. What the heck? What the heck? That is extremely annoying. And there are 2 more types of Tinykin, so we're gonna have to deal with that 2 more times. Jesus Christ, man. So these Tinykin, yeah, you can stack them up like a ladder to get to higher areas, which is cool. And obviously, the more you have, the higher you can go. Who's this Zoomer Olimar at home dude? I forget his name. What's his name? Does anyone remember his name? They said it in the opening cutscene. Like Malifane or something like that? Zulamar. That's funny. I think it's a fine character design. He's cute. Why do the owners of this not notice little men running on their house? Perhaps because the owners are gone. 'Cause I don't know if you've noticed, this game's a little inspired by Pikmin. Just a little bit. There is actually a lot of lore in this game. If you, like, talk to the NPCs and stuff, there is quite a bit of world building here. That is nice, but I'm not bothering with it. Play the game yourself if you want to see it. Like saying Lost World is slightly inspired by Mario Galaxy. Only a little bit. You know, only a tiny bit. Lost World is inspired by other things, too. Like New Super Mario Bros. Deponia 2, is it totally inspired by Deponia? I would say that's arguable. Zavok haters seething. Who hates Zavok? He's like one of the best Sonic characters ever. There are Zavok haters? I had no idea. Alright, later, Danny Ben S. Thanks for stopping by. I know. The debut of Pariah's favorite Sonic character, Zavok. We're all excited for it. I have a funny joke planned for the Lost World story video with the Deadly Six. It'll be good. It'll be good. Zavok is such a nothing character that you can't hate him. What are you talking about? Zavok has tons of character. You see, he's like Bowser, only with a really bad character design. What do I think of Kishimoto's take on Sonic? What even is his take on Sonic? I don't even exactly know what that means. He's made many different kinds of Sonic game. He doesn't have, like, one specific way he's done things. And that makes me wonder how much of his decisions in his games are from him and from executives telling him what to do. The Lost World story video gonna be 3 hours long? I'll be honest, I don't even fucking remember the story of Lost World. I watched it once, ever, and then I haven't since. I'm talking about the writing? Well, he hasn't written almost any Sonic games, right? He only did Frontiers, but that was just a translation, right? Pretty sure? And I haven't looked at the Frontiers Japanese translation yet, so I don't know. I just got, like, bits and pieces of it from when I played the game in Japanese, and I could tell that what they were saying did not at all match with the English subtitles. How's my day going? Pretty good. Pretty well. they gave Sonic a character arc, truly the most groundbreaking Sonic story ever. Yeah. And Sonic shouldn't have character arcs. So, that's an incorrect decision. But to be fair, the writers of the story don't know nothing about Sonic, so I could see why they would think to do that, because that makes sense for just writing in general. But, no. Whoops. Fell again. Zavok is the worst Sonic character to be creative? What are you talking about? Zavok is the best Sonic character. I've never even heard of anybody that dislikes him, and I couldn't imagine why you do. He's so cool. He's like Bowser, but worse. How is that not the most iconic of characters that everyone is gonna love forever? How's the Generations story and Lost World videos coming? Well, first I have to do the Generations 3DS video, which I did do, but I didn't like how it came out, so I'm redoing it. And I'm hoping that'll be out either tomorrow or the next day. Who's my favorite superhero? I've said this before. I assume that you mean, like, traditional comic book superhero, because if I said Cat from Gravity Rush, that wouldn't be a satisfactory answer, I assume. So if we're talking comic book superheroes, it would be either Spider-Man or Batman. But really, these days, I'm just fucking sick of superheroes, so I don't even give a fuck. Am I a Rick and Morty fan? I've never watched a single episode of it. I've really watched very few of those kinds of, like, quote-unquote adult cartoons. And by adult, we mean we're just gonna make a bunch of juvenile, raunchy humor and call that adult. Yeah, I've not really watched many of those kinds of cartoons. I haven't really watched The Simpsons. I watched a bit of Family Guy when I was younger. Never watched South Park. Just not my kind of thing. Yeah, exactly, Pato. Adult. Quote-unquote mature cartoons. I should watch Infinity Train? I have no idea what Infinity Train is. I've never heard of that. The only good adult cartoon is King of the Hill. Now that is an adult cartoon, absolutely. That is a very mature show, and that it deals with, like, actual adult topics and themes and stuff, and it's not stupid about it, that it manages to be funny without resulting to quote-unquote adult humor, aka middle schooler humor. And who doesn't love King of the Hill? That show is fucking great. What was my breaking point for the whole superhero thing? I want to say it was Thor Ragnarok was the first Marvel movie that I saw in theaters that I just did not give a flying fuck. And I was like, yeah, it was fine, whatever. It's another Marvel movie. And that's when I was like, yeah, I don't want to watch these anymore. I just don't care. But, you know, occasionally there are ones that come out that manage to be actually good, and I'm like, okay, I will check that out. Like, Spider-Verse, or, I did enjoy Infinity War quite a bit. The Batman also, was really, really good. Bluey? That's that, like, little kid's cartoon about the dog, right? I've never seen much of it, but I have seen that people like it. Don't I love when the families laugh? I mean, I don't give a fuck about other people laughing. If you like it, you like it, sure, whatever. But I sure as fuck don't laugh at the same jokes every movie. I'm tired of that shit. Did I watch Guardians of the Galaxy 3? Yes, I did. That was a pretty good movie. Yes. That movie had a lot more heart than your typical Marvel slop. Is this on Switch? I assume. Isn't every game on Switch? You really enjoyed Shang-Chi? I did not watch that because I'm past the I don't give a fuck point anymore. I haven't even seen a trailer for Shang-Chi. I don't even know what it is. It's like a kung fu martial arts like mysticism movie, right? With Marvel, because Marvel. It's like, that's like the Marvel model, is like, make a real movie, but then make it the Marvel version. We're gonna make a Chinese kung fu movie, but Marvelified. It's like, I'd rather just watch a Chinese or Asian of any kind kung fu movie, because I haven't really watched a whole lot of those. A couple here and there, but not a ton. I don't need Marvel to deliver that to me. Do I prefer digital or physical games? Definitely digital. I haven't bought a physical game in many, many years. I don't really care. I mean, if you think about it, there is no such thing as a physical game, no matter what. If you buy a physical game, you are buying a digital game. It's just the data is stored on a physical disc. But it's the exact same thing as a digital game, just stored in a different way. Like, when it comes to reading, I prefer to read on a physical book. But that, like, actually is a different experience. Whereas when you read or play a game digitally versus physically, it's exactly the same. There is no difference. Other than I get to have a disc that I don't care for. I don't like discs. I like games. Marvel Multiverse is out of hand? Yeah, I mean, multiverses in general are played out to fuck. And I feel there is, like, a lot of devaluing of something when you make a multiverse out of it and it gets, like, too crazy. Because, like, you know, Spider-Man, back in the day, there was Spider-Man. He was Peter Parker, and that was it. But now there's a million Spider-Mans. Now, like, Spider-Man is, like, a subgenre of superhero. And I'm like, it kind of devalues the idea of Spider-Man, because Spider-Man is not a character. Spider-Man is a costume and list of superpowers, you know? Or like when they made X-23 Wolverine. It's like Wolverine is no longer a character. Wolverine is a title that you can give to any fucking character, and it doesn't matter. It kind of sucks to me. Yeah, Subsonic Sparkle. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit. I just want to play the game. Wow, bro, I sound like an angry nerd. I'm not an angry nerd, I'm just a jaded nerd. But weren't superheroes already an identity? Well, that's the thing. If we're talking about, like, original stuff, like... Spider-Man, the real comic and story was about Peter Parker, an individual person with his own problems and dilemmas. But now you can just slap Spider-Man onto anything, and that gets people to care about it because it's Spider-Man. Your iconic favorite character, Spider-Man TM. Comic books are dead. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of stuff about how they are selling really badly these days. There's been some talk about how IDW in particular has been doing quite bad, and that they might not be around for too much longer. Cartoons getting canceled before they have the chance to find an audience is a thing in the 2020s? Is it? I haven't really paid much attention to cartoons, but if that's the case, that sucks. This is something I've thought about, that I've maybe been considering making a video on, because you know how a lot of games, especially indie games these days, this game actually being a pretty good example, have like a lot of like really nice 2D hand-animated trailers, like, you know, Dead Cells has that, or Don't Starve, they get like a new animation for every single update for the game, showing off the new character and things. Monkey Ball had that. You know, a lot of games these days are doing the cool animated trailers or intros or stuff like that, and it's cool, and I like it, for sure. But also, in a way, I kind of find it a little depressing, and it kind of... It upsets me, in a way, to see all these extremely talented animators, and all they can do for work is make trailers for video games. Because you look at, like, the intro cutscene to TMNT Shredder's Revenge, and it's like, why aren't these people making a cartoon? Why are they making a video game intro, you know? It's depressing that the world of 2D animation just is so little valued these days. But also, I guess kids' entertainment in general is kind of little valued. Because even in, like, the 3D CG space, there's just not a lot of cartoons being made these days. Now, of course, you can make animated stuff that's not for kids, but that's not a thing in the Western world. Cartoons are for kids, so that's the only kind of work animators can find. And it sucks. It sucks. Thoughts on David Cage in any of his games? David Cage is a hack, and his games are terrible. And he's a horrible writer and director. Yeah, no, 3D is obviously more cost-efficient, which is understandable, but I love the art of 2D hand-drawn animation. And it sucks that that is so undervalued these days, because it's cheaper to do 3D stuff. And the only time you ever see it is when you have video game developers that are like, I like 2D animation, I want to get a 2D animated trailer for our game. And it's, you know, again, it's nice in a way that it does give those people work and give them something to do, but those people should be making cartoons. You know, like, in our modern climate, it feels like Avatar: The Last Airbender would not be given the chance to be made. And that is awful. You think streaming would help with 2D animation, make it more lucrative? I mean, there has been a little bit of stuff, like the Castlevania show, that people have really been liking, right? So there's been a little, but not that much. Hell, even with Sonic, all the fucking 2D animations they've been doing for all the recent classic stuff has been awesome, and I'm like, why Why is it just like little animated shorts and stuff? Why are they not making a 2D animated Sonic series? What the fuck? Have I seen Worthy Kids animation? No, I don't know what that is. What's the goal in this game? Collect all the things. More actually, the, like, narrative goal is I'm trying to get all the parts to build a ship to get off this planet, to get back to where I belong. And this is the part for this level, but I need a key to unlock it. So I have to platform around and explore and find the key. I don't remember where it is, so I'm just gonna have to figure it out. Oh yeah, give me my next upgrade. Motherfucker. This Day Frontiers prologue is the best one? I don't think so. I think the Superstars one is the best one they've done. The Frontiers one is very cool, but I like the Superstars one more. Where have I not been? Oh yeah, I could deliver all these letters. Where the hell was the mailbox? I think it was in here in the town somewhere, right? It's in here? Somewhere? Am I crazy? Is it not here? Where the hell is the mailbox? Pixar CG is dated now. Yeah, I mean, I'm just sick of it. Even Pixar themselves, I don't even give them a pass for the Pixar style, because I'm like, dude, you've been doing this same shit for over 20 years. It's played out. Do something new, for the love of God, please. There we go. Pixar innovates, Elementals looks different. I mean, sort of, but also Elementals just doesn't look like a very good movie. So nobody saw it. That's another thing, not just in their visual style, Pixar also needs to work on their, like, premises and just general storytelling, because no one cares anymore. And really, that's just mainly because their movies are not as good as their older ones anymore. That's not a controversial thing to say, is it? Elementals would have been successful in 2012? I don't even remember what was coming out from Pixar in 2012. Regardless, that's not really a great argument, because it's like, yeah, you gotta adapt to the times and realize when people have had enough. Sonic Superstars also would have been really successful in 1996, but it's not 1996. Brave? I never saw Brave. Was Brave any good? Is that worth watching? I don't know. Brave is a bad movie? No? Okay. Then I guess I was smart to not go see it. Where have I not been yet? Where's that key? I have no idea. Oh, I think I didn't go down there, did I? Yeah, I didn't go down here. There it is. Why don't I like the way Ian Flynn writes Sonic? Because he doesn't write Sonic like Sonic. He writes it like his version of Sonic, and I want real Sonic. Tangled was the last good Disney movie? Agreed. Agreed. Tangled was really, really good. Wish was originally going to be 2D? I had no idea. Wish was pretty good. I definitely enjoyed that. I liked the theme that it was exploring, much better than your typical modern Pixar stuff. But definitely there was some, like, modern Pixar-y wacky adventures that were not the best in that. So what was the last good movie? Yeah, but that was Pixar, not Disney. The last good Disney movie was probably Tangled. Opinions on the Cars series? I only ever saw the first, and I don't remember nothing about it. Have I gotten all the stuff on this level? I don't even remember. Yeah, okay, I got everything except for 12 of the base collectible, and finding those is going to be impossible. Because where? Where? So I'm just gonna move on. You don't even get anything besides an achievement for getting everything. They should stop doing that quirky female main character trope. Yeah, that is extremely played out. Wish is from Disney, though? No, Wish is Pixar. We keep going back and forth talking about Disney and Pixar at the same time. Later, Pack Thurby. Thanks for stopping by. Falling asleep at any CG Kids movie after The Incredibles? I mean, The Incredibles is definitely one of the best movies ever. I really love The Incredibles. Brad Bird is a beast. Although he kind of fucked up the second one, that's for sure. But I liked Wreck-It Ralph quite a bit. I thought that was a very good movie. You remember a time when Disney could release Lilo and Stitch at the same year Pixar released Monsters, Inc.? Yeah, those were the days, Subsonic Sparkle, when they were actually putting out good stuff. He didn't want to do a second one? Not surprising. Not surprising at all that it was Disney forcing him to make the second. That makes total sense. Yeah. Whatever. Alright, new level. New Tinykin type. Time for the game to crash. Yup. Wait, what? Why? I have no idea, Lil Hippie. I played this game before on my own, and it was fine, but for some reason, every time the game is trying to play an animated cutscene, the game just goes black, so I have to reload it. It's weird. I don't know what's happening. Here. I can, give me a sec. There. That should show up in a second. Yeah, there we go. If I just reboot the game, then it works. I don't know why that's happening. It's strange. Yeah, we already went through all this. I already skipped all your dialogue the first time. Maybe OBS is messing with it somehow? Well, it's not on the capture. It's the game itself is messing up. I don't know what's going on. Does this game have an unlocked FPS? Yeah, I'm playing it at 144 right now. Alright, and now it'll work this time. For some reason. So yeah, these ones conduct electricity, so you can use them to connect circuits to power things. That's cool. Yeah, pretty much just yellow Pikmin. Wonder if that glitch happens on Steam Deck. Like I said, it didn't even happen to me the first time I played the game. It's only this time, and I do not know why. Slender MF, you watched my old For Honor video? That video is from forever ago. Oh yeah, character customizer and riders. That would be cool. Make your own cool riders Sonic character. That would make more sense for a game like that. And then you could have online play, and everyone can make their own riders character and race each other online. Man, that's a good idea. They wasted the character creator ID on Forces. They should have fucking used it on a new riders game. But, you know, that would necessitate them to make a new riders game, which is never going to happen. Unfortunately. You forgot that Sega online games suck? Trying to think, but I haven't really played many Sega games online. But I remember playing Sega All-Stars Racing when it first came out, and that seemed to play fine online. Am I wrong? You didn't know this game was a 3D platformer? Well, it is. I need more greens. Company releases game doomed to fail. Well, I guess nobody wants this anymore. Yeah, for sure. Fucking Free Riders is what killed the Riders games. It's like, yeah, you made a fucking Kinect game. What do you think's gonna happen? But Sega back in the day was really all about putting fucking Sonic games on every single goddamn platform you can imagine. We got a series of exclusive DS Sonic games, PSP Sonic games, Wii Sonic games. Of course they're gonna get in on the Kinect with Sonic. And to be fair, if you're gonna make a fucking Kinect game, what else do you do? I think Riders is a pretty good pick, honestly, because it's... you can make it control very simply. Is on your wish list now? Yeah, definitely. It's a good game. It's very chill and relaxing. And like I said, if you talk to all the NPCs, there's some fun world building and lore there, and some quirky dialogue. Well, Pato, they're not humans. They're like soulless machines that exist only to make as much money as possible. But they don't even know how to do that. They just trust their spreadsheets and their market research. That's the only thing that they know. They can't understand the concept of human taste and people being settled or tired of a certain formula or concept. That's why I think Superstars didn't do so well. Because they're like, oh, Mania did well. People like old 2D classic Sonic. Let's make an old 2D classic Sonic game. Oh. Oh, people already got their fill of that from Sonic Mania. Oh. I was like, yeah, obviously. I could have told you that was going to happen. Yeah, well, obviously that's the problem, Jordan Elliott. They don't give a fuck. But it's like, you should give a little bit of a fuck. If you want to make as much money as possible, giving a fuck about games is a good way to make money in games, because then you'll actually understand what your company is doing, and you'll be able to see when things are successful. We were just talking about this earlier, with Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, how fucking literally everyone could just look at that game and go, that's gonna flop. That game's gonna flop, no one's gonna buy that game. And lo, it's gonna flop. We all know it. You know it, I know it, we all know it. But the executives are like, but it's games as a service game, and it has brand. It has DC brand. Of course it'll be successful. And fuck, the amount of live service games just in general these days that are shutting down. It's like, yeah, there's only enough room in that world for so many games. When every single game ever is trying to vie for all of your free time. You can't have a million of them. In fact, I was actually thinking about this, and this could be another video I want to talk about. Like, okay, Sonic Frontiers did really well, right? But I wonder about a sequel. How well do we think a Sonic Frontiers would do? Let's imagine that it's not going to do anything that crazy different from the first Sonic Frontiers. You know, it'll improve some things and add some stuff onto the formula, but for the most part, it'll be the same kind of game, right? We'll go with the most likely prediction of what the sequel would be. Do you think that people would be as excited about that if they just did Sonic Frontiers again, but a bit better? Do you think that that would sell as much? Because I question it. Because if we look at the history of Sonic games, then a lot of times Sega will make a specific Sonic game that does pretty well for them, and then they do it again and again and again until it stops making money, and then they kill it, and then it dies. They never really, like, predict out forward, like, do people still want more of this? A good example would be Sonic Rush. As much as I hate to admit it, Sonic Rush, it was a good Sonic game that came out on the DS. People really enjoyed it, and they're like, all right, let's do another one, Sonic Rush Adventure, and that game did not sell as well. Which is then why the following game was Color's Companion. Rather than a Sonic Rush 3, they're like, okay, never mind, Sonic Rush isn't that successful, it just had one game that worked out well, so fuck it. Same thing with Sonic Rivals. Sonic Rivals came out early days of the PSP, sold pretty well. Alright, let's do another one. Sonic Rivals 2 doesn't sell very well. No more Sonic Rivals. And there's more that I could think of that they're escaping me at the moment. But you get the point. They keep on doing these kinds of games, and then they keep on doing them after the first one does well, and then it's like, oh, actually people didn't want more of that. They were happy with the one and done. But you did it again and it didn't make a lot of money. And I'm wondering if Frontiers is that kind of situation, that the one game did okay, and then that's it. And then people, do they really want Frontiers again? I don't know. I don't know if Frontiers 2 would actually excite people that much. How do you even make a sequel? There's no through line at all? You know, just make another game with the same, you know, core gameplay and design structure. Oh, I don't have enough for that. There's a traditional Sonic and Shadow game in development? Possibly, if the rumors are to be believed. So yeah, that might be a good video topic to get more into it, because yeah, I question the viability of a Frontiers 2. Did I give my thoughts on my favorite actor being rumored to play Shadow? I mean, Hayden Christensen certainly isn't my favorite actor, but he's a fine actor. It's not his fault that the prequels are terrible. He did the best job he could with what he was given. And yeah, I think his voice is pretty fitting for Shadow, so I'd be fine if he got to voice Shadow in the movie. I mean, I don't give a fuck because I don't care about the Sonic movies, but in terms of, like, good, smart casting, yeah, I think Hayden Christensen makes sense. I feel like that's most of the things in this area. Unpopular opinion, but you don't want him as Shadow? I mean, okay. I don't really give a shit. They could get fucking Chris Pratt to voice Shadow, and I really would not care. Yeah, Sweet, I'm kind of inclined to agree with you. Like, off the top of my head, I can't think of many better, like, celebrities to voice Shadow. Hayden Christensen has already demonstrated that he can do that kind of performance pretty decently. It seems like a good fit. But yes, the movies are slop, so who actually cares? But Pariah Frontiers was successful, so a sequel is guaranteed to succeed. As I already said, Jordan, history tells us that is not the case. A lot of times they'll make a sequel to a Sonic game and it won't succeed. You know what another big one example is? The storybook games. Sonic and the Secret Rings was early, almost launched for the Wii, and obviously the Wii was super big, so it sold really well. But then people played the game and was like, wow, this game's this game. But it sold well, so make another one. And they were so confident that they were like, oh, we're gonna make this a whole new sub-series of Sonic. So they put that fucking thing on the box, part of the Sonic Storybook series, which comprises 2 games, because guess what? Black Knight didn't sell that well, because people didn't actually give a fuck about that type of Sonic game, and then it was dead. And I could definitely see the same thing happening with Frontiers. How many do I have? 25 of these. That should be enough to connect this. Where's the outlet that I'm connecting these guys to? Right there. There we go. I know you were being sarcastic, Jordan. Just gave me another opportunity to talk more about this stuff. Would Sonic Adventure 3 fail in today's market? I think a Sonic Adventure 3, just that name alone, would be a big deal. For Sonic fans, that is probably the most exciting thing that they could announce. The problem, of course, being that a lot of Sonic fans don't necessarily trust Sonic Team to pull off a Sonic Adventure 3, but the name Sonic Adventure 3 would come with a lot of weight behind it, and I think it would excite fans a lot. And I think that excitement would probably spread to non-Sonic fans as well. Yeah, sweet. Very laid-back game, Tinykin is. It's pretty fun. It's a chill, relaxing time. It's literally exactly what it says on the tin. It's a 3D platformer collect-a-thon. You 3D platform and you collect stuff, and that's the entire game. And it's fun. You need a Pikmin clone with Dandori? Yeah, this game doesn't have Dandori at all. No time management or anything. But it's a fun platformer, so I'm okay with it. Otto, you always ask me these questions, like, what would be your pick for this, except for the pick that you would pick? It's like, why are you asking me questions you already know the answer to, but saying, don't pick the answer, though, pick another answer? It's like, who would I want to make the Sonic movies? John Carpenter, but you're like, but not him. It's like, why not him? That's my pick. You're asking for my pick. How dare I pronounce a Japanese word decently? Oh yeah, Dandori? Yeah. I mean, I try. I know a bit about, like, Japanese pronunciation. I try to pronounce things correctly in any language. If I know what the correct pronunciation is, I try for it. To give me a challenge? I mean, it's not a challenge, you're just asking me my opinion. How many languages do I know? I only know English and a very small amount of Japanese. But, you know, if I hear someone pronounce something some way... Like, this is a weird thing to me. And I don't mean to be judgmental of people on this, but it's just something I noticed. I legitimately do not understand it. When people are trying to learn different languages and they have really thick accents, you know, that's understandable. But then, like, you will talk to someone who is fluent in that language... And you can hear that they pronounce the words differently to how you're pronouncing it, yet people make no effort to change their pronunciation to match what the fluent speakers are doing. And that's what I do. I just listen to what the fluent speakers say, and I just try to do that. And it's kind of weird to me that I don't see a lot of other people do that. Isn't that, like, the easiest way to learn pronunciation? Just copy the people who already can do it. That's usually because it doesn't matter much to them. I mean, it matters to some degree because you're trying to learn a different language, doesn't it? It's not that easy. In my experience, it has been that easy. But I've also not attempted to fluently learn a language, so... Guess I can't say exactly. You have a way of doing something, you're scared to change it? I mean, that is understandable in a certain way, that, like, you know, different languages use different mouth movements than each other, so, like, learning how to do a different type of mouth movement. Like, Japanese, R's are pronounced very differently than English. You have to do a different mouth movement to correctly pronounce R's, and at first I didn't know how to do it, but I just paid attention to what they would say, and I would try to mimic that sound, and eventually you figure out what kind of mouth movement to make. But I guess if people are comfortable with their own mouth movements, they're just like, whatever, it's good enough, it's fine. People can understand what I'm saying, I suppose. Jordan, this is your first stream, but you've been watching for a year. Well, I appreciate you watching all my stuff. I'm glad you like it. Oh, wait. Did that say I needed to be upgraded? I think it did. What do I need? Oh, I need 4. Okay. I have 4. Do I have a Discord? No, I do not. A lot of people ask me about making a Discord, but I'm really not like a Discord guy. Like, I only participate in Discords with my personal real-life friends, and that's it. I've never done, like, community Discords of any kind for anything, and I don't really want to be honest. It's just not my kind of thing. Do I like Sonic Dream Team for time attacking? Not hugely. I think that Sonic Dream Team, as far as playing for time is concerned, is extremely shallow compared to most Sonic games, 2D or 3D. So there's not really a lot to get out of it. Yeah, moderating community discords. Like, I don't got time for that shit. See, Grim Jim, normally that's a thing that, like, we can rely on the Sonic community. Someone's awesome and is gonna port Dream Team to something, but considering Apple is involved and it's an Apple Arcade exclusive, I feel like that would actually get shut down. You know, Sega's cool about that stuff, but Apple is not. They want that exclusive as an incentive to people, for people to get Apple Arcade. So, if fans try to, like, do a decompilation or something of Dream Team, I feel like that is not gonna happen. You really hope the boost is completely gone in the next game? Same. But I would be surprised. Hello? They're hitting the wall, I think. There. I used one more than necessary there. Not that it really matters. You have plenty of these in the level, but still, it's like, no, it's inefficient. You gotta maximize your use. You get why they exist, but they're still, dumb and lame. Well, I was actually thinking about it after, Sonic Prime and doing the review of that. Everyone got so pissed at Sonic Dream Team for being exclusive to a subscription service, but nobody got pissed at Sonic Prime for being exclusive to a subscription service. But I recognize that's a very different thing, because Netflix is something that you can, get on almost any device, whereas Apple Arcade is not. But it's pretty much the same situation. Sega seems to be real big up on licensing out Sonic to subscription services. Exclusive Sonic game coming to Xbox Game Pass. Be excited. if it's on Game Pass, you just get $1 for 1 month and feel like you scam Sega. Well, Sega doesn't get scammed, because most of their money in that case comes from Microsoft. They'll be fine. You think it's just live service companies wanting to do stuff with Sonic? Yeah, I think that's probably the case as well. But Sega is very clearly happy to play ball. You know how it's okay for Mario Wonder pricing, but Sonic Superstars isn't? You blame Sonic Mania for that? Why, because Sonic Mania was only 20 bucks? I wouldn't blame Sonic Mania for that. I think, in fact, I don't really think it has anything to do with that. I think it's just a bias against Sonic games that people have. So, to be fair, there is more content in Mario Wonder than there is Sonic Superstars. And as we all know, the only value a game has is in how many hours it takes to beat. That's the only thing that's actually important. Do I think that journalists/YouTubers become actively stupid when playing Sonic games? Well, I hope not, because I'm one of them. I'm a YouTuber. I play Sonic games. Are you saying that I get actively stupider? Could I be insulted by this question? Well, personally, Sweet, I had more fun with Superstars than I did Mario Wonder. A lot of people just don't get the appeal of Sonic games. Obviously that's the case, because Sonic is pretty niche. And the most best-selling Sonic game is one that is barely Sonic, and it's mostly ripping off Breath of the Wild. So yeah, that checks out. Before that, Heroes was the best-selling one? Yeah, that's just because Heroes was the first multi-platform Sonic game. That's the only reason why. Frontiers 2, but it's just Heroes-style combat? I mean, that wouldn't really work, because Heroes-style combat only works in the context of linear levels. Where does this go? Wow, that is a long path. Frontiers 2, but it has no combat? That would be the good choice. But that's probably not going to happen, because Breath of the Wild has combat. You know, I've seen some people be like, I don't see why people compare Sonic Frontiers to Breath of the Wild. They're really not that similar. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's pretty goddamn clear that that's what they were going for. No similarities at all. Original game. Exactly, telekinetic man. Frontiers also invented Green Hill. No, that's Sonic Prime. Didn't you know that Green Hill is all that there is in Sonic? That's the whole world. Someone made a hilarious joke in the comments of my Prime review that at the end of Season 3 of Sonic Prime, Shadow Chaos controls the Paradox Prism away to who knows where, and they commented, well, obviously he teleported them to Green Hill because that's all that exists, and that was fucking funny. It's true. Where else would he have would he have sent it? I enjoyed Sonic Prime Telekinetic Man, but if it's not for you, it's not for you. I mean, you disagree with my opinion, so I hate you now. How would I like a Sonic game that plays like Freedom Planet, combat included? I mean, Freedom Planet just plays like Sonic, but with combat. So you're basically asking, would I like Freedom Planet combat in Sonic? No. What did I think about those so retro parts in Prime? Whatever. I honestly really didn't care one way or the other about them. It was really strange that they used all these weird different sprites from different games and mashed them all together and made it all weird looking. But whatever. I don't really think that's that important. What's the best beat-em-ups I played? Streets of Rage. The entire Streets of Rage series is head and shoulders significantly better than any other beat-em-ups out there. And my particular favorite is Streets of Rage 4. I think that is the best one. The General cameo was crazy. I assume that was unintentional. I assume that whoever was doing the sprite animation there didn't know that General was a thing. They just took some sprites from some Sonic boss, and they just didn't pay attention to that. And I assume that that is the reason that Ian Flynn was like, it takes place sometime after Advance 3, because we have a flashback to General. So the timeline placement, quote-unquote, of Sonic Prime is entirely based on an unintentional reference done out of ignorance. That's how much importance is put on the canon of Sonic. Hey, Mitch, what's going on? Let's see, anything left to get? There's stuff up there, but I can't get high enough. I need more greens. Okay, I see. I mean, really, the fact that Orbot and Cubot are, in the show means it would have to at least be after Unleashed, right? That's a weird thing about Sonic Colors. Orbot and Cubot, their dialogue, they act like they've been around forever, even though it's their first game. It's almost like Sonic Colors was kind of supposed to be a retcon of Sonic, but they just refused to acknowledge that. Do I think there will ever be an objectively good Sonic game again? Well, I think Superstars is a perfectly good game. But I assume that you mean something more akin to, like, true greatness, like a Sonic 3 and Knuckles, or Generations, or Mania. Maybe? I don't know. I mean, if we're talking ever, that could be the next 60 years. I assume there will be one more great Sonic game at least in that time, right? Grim Jim, I don't think Sega execs give a fuck. As long as it's making money, that's all they care about. Yes, Gyroniel. I think that would be a very smart thing to do, instead of this, like, constant pack of lies that they keep feeding us. Just start fresh and do it right from the beginning. We don't even have to start over. Just do, like, a comic book reboot where we just change the past, but continue from this new present. And we fill in the background as we go. But just please stop trying to say that everything is canon and that it all fits. Just please stop doing that. Can I climb this black thing? Oh, wait, here we go. Oh, I see. That is going to raise the other side, right? Now I can get up there. Unless... Can I climb this? No, I can't. What are those Pikmin things following me? Those are Tinykin. And yeah, they're basically Pikmin. I can use them for things, like the green ones I can use as a ladder to get up higher. Or the blue ones that can conduct electricity. Imagine caring about Sonic canon in current year. Agreed. Honestly, I just kind of hate talking about it at this point. No, telekinetic, man. Whether or not something is good is irrelevant. Whether or not you enjoyed it, or talking about the story and how effectively it was told, none of that matters. All that matters is where does it fit on the timeline. That's what's really important. How terrible is Sonic's Sad AM story? I don't think it's terrible. I think they had some good ideas there. Unfortunately, they could not realize it as well as they probably wanted to because it was a very low-budget show. But I respect a lot about Sad AM and what it was trying to do. Sonic Prime Season 3 made it worse in retrospect, so you might as well ignore it if you want. I don't agree with that at all. Just because something kind of fumbles it at the end. Oh, I got everything in this level. Cool. I don't think that means it's worthless. It's about the journey, not the destination, as they say. And I definitely agree with that. What fan story is the closest to the original interpretation of Sonic? The one I'm working on. I mean, I haven't seen a whole lot of Sonic fan stories, so I would probably say Sonic and Tails are. Although that's really more close to, like, adventure-style Shiro Maikawa Sonic. But that in and of itself is fairly close to original Sonic. I think this is the last thing that needs to be done, delivering this. Oh yeah, and then this has to get delivered too. Look, it's Pikmin. Look, it's a Pikmin. Has Sonic ever been written well by Americans? I mean, I think the writing in Sonic Prime is alright. I don't think it's terrible. It's got problems for sure, but I think that they did a pretty decent job with it. Oh, Mal Max, you're gonna pick up Cloud Bill? Yes, absolutely do. That game kicks ass. This is that part of Pikmin where you got nothing left to do at the end of the day, so you just wait for them to deliver the last thing. We're literally right there. Prime was Canadian? Oh yeah, it was Canadian, right? Man-at-Arms or Man of Action. What's the studio called? They're a Canadian studio, right? I think? I don't know. The only thing I've ever watched from them before was the original Ben 10 series, which is pretty good. I watched it as a kid, and I quite enjoyed it. And I think Ben 10 is just, like, a great concept for, like, a kid's action series. It's no surprise to me at all that that became such a huge phenomenon, because it's just good, right? But I hear the series got really fucked up eventually. Oh, Telekinetic Man, you applied to them? Dude, you could have worked on a Sonic thing. You missed an opportunity. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think Ben 10 was aiming for that target demographic, and they fucking got a bullseye for sure. They knew exactly what they were fucking doing with that show. Jordan, you hate how Shadow is written nowadays? Well, in Prime, he was actually pretty good. A little off still, but he is the most Shadow that he's been in who knows how long. Since 06, probably? Yeah, Telekinetic Man, right there with you. And it had, like, such great, like, appeal of, like, Ben getting new aliens occasionally, and you want to see what the new form is and shit. And the Omnitrix is such, like, a perfect concept, just like as an idea, but also for a kid's show. You fucking know that every goddamn kid that watches that show is gonna want a toy Omnitrix. I fucking did, and I had one, and I loved it as a kid. It was just a super well-made show, everything about it. I don't know how well it would hold up if I went back and checked it out nowadays. Ben 10 or Avatar? Well, Avatar, obviously. Like I said, I haven't watched Ben 10 since I was a kid, but I watched Avatar a couple years ago, and Avatar is legitimately phenomenal. First season of Avatar is a little rough, admittedly. Some of those episodes are not very good, but once you get to the later parts of Season 1, it smooths out a bit, and by Season 2, you're good. It's all good from there. Can't get up there. See you, little hippie. Prime skirts around a lot of the mandates. It's pretty surreal. I was thinking about that, but the mandate, goofily enough, that I was thinking of that it manages to dodge, is that male Sonic characters are not allowed to wear pants, but 9 wears pants. What's up with that? Why is he allowed to wear pants? I don't have any reds. Basically perfect. You know, Telekinetic Man, I'm in a very similar position. I have not watched Breaking Bad, but I've heard that it's the best shit ever. And, yeah, I should probably give it a watch, because I'll probably really enjoy it. See, Pato's doing it right now. He's telling me to watch Breaking... Like, literally every single person I know has told me to watch Breaking Bad. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Currently, I am watching the BBC Sherlock show with Benedict Cumberbatch. I just started season 3. It's pretty good so far, though I heard from a lot of people that season 3, the show starts to get bad. And I am kind of seeing that a little bit. The writing is a little weird in season 3. There's like nothing over there. Oh yeah, Better Call Saul is a spin-off, right? Spin-off of Breaking Bad. Oh, it's a prequel. Okay. That's like that fucking shit. That kind of stuff is always like very questionable when it's like we got a big popular show and then the big popular show ends, but we want to keep making money, so let's make a spin-off show focused on one of the side characters, because that always goes well. Like, didn't they try to make like a fucking Patrick show after SpongeBob ended or something like that? Did that happen? I want to say something like that happened, right? Need more greens. And you're like, just let it die. Just let it be over and let it end. Please. Please stop trying to milk this. Or that Game of Thrones show. The not Game of Thrones from a while ago. I heard that was really bad. An entire SpongeBob movie focusing on Sandy. Yeah, it's just like, we gotta keep milking this IP as much as we can, for as long as we can. I wish things would be allowed to end. Endings are good. I like endings. They announced another Jurassic Park movie. Of course they did. I mean, they're gonna milk that shit forever. That's never gonna stop. Or like, you know what's one that I just recently watched for the first time? Terminator. I saw the original Terminator movie a while ago, but just a couple months back, I watched Terminator 2, and it was fucking awesome. But Terminator 2, like, the way that movie goes and the way that it really feels like, okay, that's the end of Terminator. That is the conclusion of the Terminator series. It's very definitive. But then, nope, gotta keep milking it for money, so here's Terminator 3 and 4 and Terminator in Space and whatever other stupid crap they've done. And it's like, it was very clear that it was supposed to end at the second one. It's very clear. Very, very clear. But no, we can't let that happen, because how could we possibly have endings? Letting your series end while it's good and have a satisfying conclusion? Fuck that. Absolutely not. Never. Not allowed. Sweet. Saying that Terminator 1 is better than Terminator 2 is crazy. Terminator 2 is literally the exact same movie as Terminator 1, but it's superior in every single way. What are you on about, bro? Even fucking James Cameron himself feels that way. Yeah, exactly. You gotta have money. Oh, I'm out of reds. You like the horror tone of T1? Yeah, I guess that is something that T2 is lacking. But whatever, man. T2's fucking awesome. And I really like the relationship between John Connor and Arnold in that movie. It's really good. Very well done. I gotta collect reds, man. Can't fucking do all this stuff. I mean, honestly, this is another thing I was thinking about maybe doing a video topic on. How would you all feel about Sonic ending? Because I'll be honest, I'd be okay with that. I would be okay if Sonic ended and that was it and there was no more. If we got a satisfying, proper, like, first of all, they have to, like, get Sonic games right, and then, like, go out with a bang with a truly excellent Sonic game that's, like, everything Sonic could ever be. I would be okay with Sonic ending. I'd be okay with that. Sonic ended with Adventure 2? In a certain way, you could definitely argue that. I don't think that it should end anytime soon in particular, because I think they have to unfuck it first, and then get it right, and then we can have an ending. Like, if they ended it now, it would be like, wait, really? You never even did it correctly. But if we got to that point, I would be okay with it ending. Naka never even wanted to make a second one? I have no idea where you're getting that from, Subsonic Sparkle. He pitched Sonic as the mascot character for Sega. I assume that he had sequels in mind, and I'm pretty sure he suggested doing Sonic 2 immediately after Sonic 1, but Sega said no because they were uncertain of how successful it would be. Pretty sure that's what happened. Yeah, I feel you, telekinetic man, but honestly, I also do think that, in a way, game design can have, like, a conclusive point where it's like, you've done everything that you can do with that game. There is... eventually you get to a certain point where there's no more evolution to do. It's been, you know, essentially almost perfected, and at that point you're just kind of throwing on gimmicks or whatever to add variety. Some games, you do get to a point where it's like, we're good, we're satisfied. Like, I would point to something like Tony Hawk Pro Skater as a good example. Like, eventually, you know, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2, 3, 4, whatever, and they keep on adding mechanics with manuals and reverts and stuff. But eventually, you're like, you have done everything you can do with this Tony Hawk Pro Skater style gameplay, and then you can just stop. We don't need any more. We're good. No, obviously Sega would never let it happen. I'm just saying, I'd be okay with it. Can a game ever truly be perfected? Yes. People say that, you know, everything has flaws, nothing is perfect. That is actually not true. There is such a thing as a perfect game with no flaws. There's just not a lot of them in the video game space because video games are very complicated, and so it creates a lot of room for flaws to appear. But, like, if you look at, like, board games and card games, there are some card games that are made of, like, 20 cards that have 6 rules, and there's no room for flaws because the design is just so tight. Tetris is the only perfect video game? I wouldn't say only, but I would say that is a good example of a perfect video game. What flaws does Tetris have? Really doesn't have any. I mean, fuck, talking about games where, like, the design hits its peak and then you're good. Fucking Call of Duty is one of those games for sure. It hit its peak in, like, what? Call of Duty 4? Probably? And then ever since then, they're just like, let's just make the same game 5,000 times in a row. Let's see if I can head up here now. Laura, that's not a game company's thing. That's just companies in general. Just entertainment companies will just milk anything forever until it stops making money. And then they'll wait, like, you know, 7 or 8 years, and then they'll try to milk it again. That's how it works. Super Mario World is a perfect game? I don't agree with that. That game definitely has flaws. Otto, I haven't bought any Half-Life games. I just have the first one that I got for free. Shrimp Die. That is an interesting question, and I've thought about that. I would argue that 2D Mario and 3D Mario is not one series of games. I would argue that is two different series of game, because the 3D games share almost none of their game design with the 2D games. They are a completely different thing. Most flawless games would probably be arcade games by the virtue of how they're designed. Well, it's just, like I was saying with card games, it's easier to make something that has no flaws if you keep it simple. Because the more and more you add, the more room you create for flaws to appear. So yeah, stuff like arcade games probably has a generally higher probability of not having flaws. But, you know, stuff like beat-em-ups can absolutely have flaws. When's the Power World review? Probably not gonna happen, because I don't really care. At the same time, you can have very simple games that are flawed, like Tic-Tac-Toe is a broken game, because if two players who know how to play it play, then every single match will end in a draw. Tic-Tac-Toe meta? I mean, yeah. There is definitely a correct strategy to playing Tic-Tac-Toe. The protagonist of this game looks very punchable. Leave him alone. He's fine. Mario's very inconsistent in 3D. Is it? You think? When's the Tic-Tac-Toe stream? Never. I assume this is over here. I think it is, if I remember correctly. Yes. Have I ever played poker? I don't know. I don't remember if I have or not. When are we getting the board games are always good series? I definitely do want to talk more about board games and card games on my channel. Because, there's a lot about game design that video games don't do or miss or underrepresent or undervalue compared to board games and card games. Oh, look. Lore. Story. Oh. You'll be seated for that video? It might be multiple videos. There's a lot to talk about in the differences between table games and video games. As one small example of something that I could point out. In video games, something that's considered very important is level design. Level design is like a huge big deal and is like fundamental to a lot of good games. You need to have good level design, right? Level design doesn't really exist very much in the card game and board game space. It's not a thing. There is no level design. The idea of requiring a level with a set of challenges for you to overcome is very much a video game thing. You don't need that to have a good game. And card games and board games manage it just fine without it. In fact, one thing that's, like, I would argue in a way over-prevalent in video games is playing as a character, if you think about it. That's, like, the most overused mechanic in video games. In a lot of board games, they are abstract, and you don't play as anything. It's just a game that there are rules, and you play by the rules, and you play the game. Like, what are you in chess? You're nothing. What are you doing in chess? Nothing. You're just playing the game. It's completely abstract. And even games with themes will still be relatively abstract. And it's interesting, seeing that discrepancy. And of course, there are video games where you don't play a character, but it's rare. Aren't you the king in chess? Not really, no. Are you the king? What makes you the king? The king is just the piece that makes you lose the game if it gets taken. You control all of the pieces on your side. Man, people are taking this in a very different direction than where I was going. You're the entire kingdom in chess? The kingdom of what? The strategy of chess does not represent anything in real life. Like, the pieces in chess being called the king and the queen and knights and everything, that's just because they need to be called something so that you can identify them. It really means, like, what makes the knight able to do an L movement and go through other pieces? Nothing? It's just, that's what that piece can do, because it's an abstract game. Oh yeah, there's like a government revolt, worker clash going on here. Seize the means of production shit. This game is political. Get this shit out of my face. The game Go would probably be a better example. I mean, yeah, that's another good example of Go is completely abstract. There's nothing. It's just a void of nothingness with rules that you play in. You could say you're not the character in a video game either. The character is just the center of focus. Well, yeah, that's the thing, Shrimp Die, but a lot of people don't think of games in that way. A lot of people think of games in the very thematic sense of you control a character. Like, if we were to look at something like, I don't know, let's say Sonic. Let's say Sonic. What is the game of Sonic? The game, when you really peel it all the way back... Oh yeah, new Tinykin type. Game Crash, of course. Hold on. Jesus Christ. But this is the last one, so we won't have that anymore. The game of Sonic is you need to get an avatar to a specific location on a two-dimensional grid, and you do that by controlling the position of the avatar in the game. That is the game of Sonic when you really, like, extrapolate it all the way out. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, Sweet. Every time this game tries to play a 2D cutscene, it crashes. There we go. We got it back. We got it back. There it is. So yeah, and when you think about games in that sense, and that, like, super abstractified, like, what is the game at the highest of levels, you think about games in a different way. See, Sweet, this didn't happen the first time I played the game, and I don't know why it's happening. Pariah looking at the boundaries of the Matrix as he plays Sonic. I mean, it's just the way I think about games. Like, what is the game of Pac-Man? If you think about it, you know, someone would say Pac-Man is you gotta collect all the dots and avoid the ghosts. And, like, yes, but that's all with the, like, the thematic set dressing on top of it. Pac-Man really is an abstract game where you have to, once again, control an avatar, and you have to visit all of the grid locations in the space. And you have to do that without hostile avatars overlapping with your avatar. And when you think about that, that's not really that different from a collectathon, isn't it? A collectathon just makes it so you don't need to visit every single grid point. You just need to think about some of them. So really, Pac-Man is a collectathon. You overthink game design too? Oh yeah. I mean, I've talked about this before. I find game design fascinating and very interesting. Like, have you ever looked at footage of one of the original Sonic games running without any of the art, and you see that Sonic is just like an H of collision dots? And stuff. It's like, that is the game. That's what you really play as. Sonic is just, some thematics that they throw on top of the game. Yeah, it's weird when you hear it aloud, but, that really is what a game is, right? You wonder how a game made by me would be like? I have dabbled a little bit in game design here and there. I've designed a couple of card games and one board game. I tried my hands at it. Didn't, like, you know, ever actually release them or anything. They were just games I made, you know, out of index cards and stuff and just threw together. One of them was actually pretty fun. I did a lot of playtesting with it, my friends, and made a bunch of changes to it and improved it. And I was like, huh, this game is not bad. I might be able to actually do something with it. But then upon doing more and more and more playtesting, I realized that balancing this game out and, like, really refining the design would be a shit ton of work. And I realized I'm not actually that good at it. And I didn't really exactly know what I was doing. But it was kind of fun. But I don't think I'm very good at it. Like, I'd probably need to, like, study game design more deliberately if I wanted to, like, actually do it. You remember making a Death Note card game? Damn. It was like Mafia, and you have to find out who Kira was? That's a pretty good, way to go about it. Although I would think, in my head, a Death Note board game should be a two-player game. One player plays as Light, and one player plays as L. And it's about the Kira player trying to kill without leaving evidence that the L player could then use to find them and find proof that they are Kira. That's what I would think of if I was trying to come up with a design for a Death Note game. If I had the Death Note, what would I do with it? I'd probably hide it somewhere in hopes that nobody found it. I would not go killing people if that's what you were hoping for, Sweet. I'm not a psychopath. Death Note games sold in Walmart? Well, Walmart only really sells, like, the super popular board games that suck, like Monopoly and Clue and shit. You have to go to, like, a game store to find good board games. So I'd relinquish control of it? I mean, I just wouldn't want anyone to have that. Why would you want anyone to have access to that fucking, the ability to just kill anyone they want whenever they want? You like Monopoly, Cancer? I would recommend playing some real board games, and then you'll realize how bad Monopoly is. Do I play Dungeons and Dragons? No, but I have been playing another RPG with my friends. Star Wars RPG. I forget what it's called. They're big Star Wars nerds, so they're like, hey, join the campaign. I'm like, sure, I'll join it. And we've been doing that. It's been fun. What board games would I recommend? You like Betrayal at the House on the Hill? I'm not a fan of Betrayal on the House of the Hill. I've not had fun when I've played that in the past. I have a lot of board games. I have quite a collection. I got like 40 or 50 board games, I think. What would be a good recommendation? What depends, like, what kind of level of board game are you looking for? Because there are, like, really light card games that you can play very quickly. Or there's, like, bigger, heavier board games that are, you know, more strategy-oriented. Or there's very, like, funny social games. Or there's social deduction games. What do you want? What do you want? Wingspan? One of my friends just got Wingspan, so we're probably going to play that on the next game night. I'm actually doing one this Saturday, which I'm looking forward to. Not card games? Okay. How would I translate Sonic to a board game? I've actually thought about that. It would be very difficult. But I have thought about how you could potentially do it. You want Among Us? Okay. I would recommend playing a game called Quest. It's a social deduction game, kind of like Among Us, but good. You can't wait? What, for my Sonic board game design? No, that was just something I was doing for fun. I don't plan on doing anything with it. Can I do videos on Kirby lore one day? Probably not. I really don't give a shit about Kirby lore. Oh yeah, in this video, I think we're baking a cake. That's a fun thing to do in a platformer where you're a little dude. Have I heard about Goose Goose Duck? No, I have not. Oh yeah, Coup. That's a good game. I have Coup. Codenames? I'm really not a fan of Codenames. Codenames is very, very popular, but I don't really find it to be that interesting. I would recommend a similar game, Decrypto, which I think is much more fun and interesting than Codenames is. You'd watch a video about how I design a Sonic board game? I don't know. Like I said, I'm not that good at game design. That's why I just kind of dropped the idea. It's hard. Catan? Catan is okay, but it's not that great, in my opinion. You ever play Ludo? I have not played Ludo, no. Oh, you know what's a really good board game that I like? Probably one of my favorites is Ethnos. It's got kind of a boring, generic fantasy theme, but it's a really fun area control, set collection card game. But it's got a big board. It's a board game as well. Really, really fun game. What about Stratego? Never played Stratego. Do I watch Scott the Woz? No. Never watched, I don't think I've ever watched a Scott the Woz video, actually. Stelmo's still here. It's been a while. I haven't seen him in chat. Oh yeah, he's still here. Stelmo, when are we gonna collab and play some board games on Tabletop Simulator? I was talking with Stelmo about collabs that I would want to do, and I suggested we play Knuckles Chaotix, but he doesn't wanna, because he doesn't like the game. Sounds like a casual to me. Play Sonic Shuffle? We talked about that. Sonic Shuffle would be fun, but we had some trouble with Jay's reviews and Bickery Box with Parsec, so don't know if that would be doable. I don't know. I'm short one blue. I'll be back. Will I play Rivals of Aether on stream? Definitely. At some point. Maybe soon, maybe not. I stream whatever I feel like streaming at that particular moment. But Stelma and I were also talking about other stuff. We might do maybe just like some Mario Party or something like that. Something where we can just play online with the game's online play. We don't need like Parsec or anything. That's a lot easier. Mario Party would be fun. I also suggested Lethal Company, which Stelmo had never played. You take a look at that yet, Stelmo? Because I think it would be a fun time. It's a very fun game. I've been playing it with friends. Yeah, Superstars was fun. I want to do more. I want to start doing collabs on my channel with other people. I was talking with Telekinestic Man about it, too, that I want to do something with him at some point. I'm not a big fan of Betrayal in the House of the Hill Rodats. I played it once or twice, and I didn't really have fun with it either time. Oops, fall damage. Mario Party DS clears. I mean, the problem with Mario Party DS is that it's Mario Party DS. How the fuck you even play that with other people? I realize I haven't used the new Pikmin, Tinykin, legally distinct, at all yet, but that's what they do. They make bridges. Okay, sweet, but no one has DSs anymore, so that's not really a viable option. Do I even still have my DS? I might. I don't remember. Bro, eBay exists? Yeah, I'm really gonna go out of my way to buy a fucking DS on eBay so I can play Mario Party DS. Yeah, that's gonna happen. Can manage online play via emulation? I don't even know how you hook up multiple DS emulators together to play. Hey, Solbinko. How's it going? I'm doing well. What's my favorite music genre? Not really much of a music person, but I would say probably either techno or maybe some hard rock or metal or something like that. Thoughts on Weird Al Yankovic? Weird Al's super cool. Beyond just, like, the funny parody whatever stuff, he is legitimately a really good musician and comedian. I think he's great. PS3 emulator has built-in netplay, but how many PS3 games are even, like, fully playable on RPCS3? Because last time I checked, not a whole lot. A lot of games still have a lot of issues on RPCS3, don't they? Favorite Weird Al song? I don't know. Got a lot of good songs. I think one of my favorites is Hardware Store. That's a funny song. That's an original of his. Weasel Stomping Day is very funny. Little Big Planet collab stream? I have never played Little Big Planet ever before. Little Big Planet is underrated? Is it? I remember back in the PS3 days, people fucking loved Little Big Planet. They made like fucking 5 of those games, didn't they? What do I think about the Weird Al cameo in Barnyard? I didn't know that was a thing that existed. I don't even know what you're talking... You mean like fucking Back at the Barnyard? I've never even seen that movie. Barnyard is great. Is it? It looks like some fucking shit. Like, the visual style looks like Pixar-like cartoon by, like, shitty ripoff company. Visually, it's a very bad-looking movie. Oh, it's a so bad it's good movie? Okay, that makes sense. What do I think of Some Call Me Johnny? I don't really have many thoughts on him. I haven't watched a whole lot of his videos. I don't watch a lot of gaming YouTubers, to be honest. I think the only gaming YouTube channel that I'm subscribed to is NitroRad, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it's the same company that did Jimmy Neutron? That explains why Barnyard is so fucking ugly. Jimmy Neutron is also very ugly. So bad it's good only goes so far. You'll eventually just be watching. I don't know. I'm not exactly going nuts to start watching a Barnyard. I have to talk to you? Open the thing up. Oh, he just points out where to go. What's the recall button? There it is. There's a thing, yeah, the flower. Oh, there's a whole thing up here I didn't go to. Oh my god. Level is so big. Have I ever watched The Room? No, I have not. I've not watched many, like, bad movies. I did watch one many years ago called Zombie Wars. That movie was fucking hilarious. It's just like a random movie that my family found on, I want to say it was Netflix, and we just watched it for some reason, and it was fucking hilarious. It was so bad. Did I ever play Final Fantasy VII Remakes? I have never played a Final Fantasy game before. Do I plan on playing the latest one? You mean the FF7 remakes? Yeah, I want to play the FF7 remakes. Slender MF, if you keep on harassing me about playing For Honor, I am going to ban you from the channel. Sweet, I don't know nothing about Final Fantasy. You say Final Fantasy V is the best? I don't know what Final Fantasy V is. Like, compared to any other one, or what characters are from it, I have no fucking clue. Just know if I pick a Final Fantasy, pick that one. Well, the one I'm most interested in playing is the FF7 remake, because I played the demo for it, and I was like, wow, this game has legitimately fucking awesome combat. Other than that, I have watched a playthrough of Final Fantasy X, and I quite like the story of that game. People keep on fucking making jokes about X was always good videos by Pariah, but I undid that on Zelda. The always good is just a Sonic thing. It's not gonna be a thing for anything else. It's funny, lighten up a little bit. Look, bro, when you see the exact same joke 2,000 times, it gets a little old. Mariah reviews each chapter of Fortnite. I don't even know what you're talking about. Fortnite has chapters? I don't know. I don't know nothing. I feel like anyone saying X Final Fantasy is the best one is just going to be an endless argument of no one agreeing with anybody else, because everyone has different opinions about what's best. Would I make my own game? Probably not. Stelmo, what are you talking about? I don't have a negative outlook on the Sonic games. I have my outlook, and there's negative and positive. I mean, I just did the Generations video, and I had nothing but great things to say about it. No one will ever be able to recreate the feel of the first-party PS2 platformers like Jack's Fly and Ratchet, and it greatly upsets you. I mean, Insomniac is still a thing, and they're still making Ratchet games, so I feel like we're pretty good on that one. And those were the best of those games anyway, so that's fine. Like, let's be real. Only Jak 1 is actually good. Jak 2 and 3, not very good games. You're surprised to find out that I hate all Sonic bosses? I mean, not all of them. But it's not my fault that most bosses in most Sonic games are terrible. Oh, it's my video, so I think it's bad. Them's the rules. That is true. Jak 2 is good. Jak 2, I do not like. Jak 2... most of your playtime in that game is spent, traveling from mission to mission. It sucks. Yeah, Canal Dudes Any. I've heard bits and pieces of people complaining about that stuff with, Ratchet. But my first exposure to playing Ratchet and Clank, was I just played all of the games all in one go. Everything from the original Ratchet and Clank to the remake of the first game. I just played them back to back to back to back in one giant marathon over the course of, like, a couple months. And I really don't see that much of an issue. Like, yes, the Ratchet series does go for a bit of a tone change later on, but it's still good, and the gameplay does mostly get better over time, so I really don't care or see the problem, or care. Jordan, you love the classic Sonic bosses? Well, I couldn't imagine why, because they're really bad. Wow, Voltrix, you think Ratchet 1 is the most fun? I strongly disagree with that. I think Ratchet 1 is honestly kind of bad. The series doesn't start to get good until Ratchet 2, if you ask me. Let's see. What else is there to do? I still gotta find the key. Oh, I did find the key for this. I didn't even realize. Is this an indie game? Yeah. What if I was part of the original Sonic team? I wasn't alive when the original Sonic team was around. So that would be pretty difficult. I got butter in the fridge. You don't have to keep butter in the fridge, right? If you just keep it in like a container, it's fine. Pretty sure. Whoever lives in this house don't know what they're doing. Alright, later, Pato. I'm not hating, I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure you don't have to do that, right? It's gonna melt and go bad faster? I mean, yeah, I keep my butter in the fridge too, but I'm pretty sure you don't have to do that. I have seen people that keep their butter in just like a little like ceramic container. Don't ask me how it works. I don't know. I'm just saying I've seen it. Everyone keeps writing Japanese in the chat, and I don't know what you're saying. Y'all talking about food now? The fuck? Look, this is a mission in the kitchen. We're collecting ingredients. We got food on the mind. You're typing my name? I could tell with the message you sent, Sweet, because it had the 695 at the end. Condiments in the fridge versus out of the fridge? In my house, we keep the ketchup in the fridge. Do you have to do that? I guess not, because restaurants just have it sitting there, right? I think that's everything done, right? Oh, what's this? I just found a thing. Can you teach me how to read Japanese? I have to learn how to speak it first, don't I? Reading kana is pretty easy. Yeah, I did learn at one point how to read hiragana, but I never used it, and I completely forgot all of it. Because that's the thing. It's like, okay, I can recognize the symbols, but I don't know what any of the words are, so reading is not useful to me, so I never did it. So they took that. I assume they put it in here, right? Yeah, they're in there now. Oh, right. I forgot about the flower. What if someone put me at gunpoint and forced me to make a game? I mean, I could make a really, really basic game. I did take a little bit of C in high school. So I could make some shit garbage. Thing is, I don't have the knowledge or the skills to make a game. I cannot do it. Very little, sweet. I learned it in high school, so it's not like I knew a lot. And it's been a very, very long time. I think it was C#, maybe. What's my favorite C keyword? Honestly, I don't even remember most of it. Look, I didn't control what programming language we learned. It was fucking high school programming. They just taught us whatever. Honestly, that programming class is part of the thing that taught me that I don't want to make games, because I did not enjoy programming. What if I was a programmer for Sonic Team? Exactly what I just said. I don't like programming. Like, as much as I find game design fascinating, I could not help in any way in the development of a video game outside of maybe a little bit of game design. The only thing I know I could do is writing story for a game. That's it. If only there was a make video game button nowadays. Wait long enough, and soon AI will be able to make video games. They might already be able to do that, for all I know. That's gotta be all the ingredients, right? Yes. Maybe being a game tester? Being a game tester is like a minimum wage garbage job. You do not want to be a game tester. Yeah, he does make games. They're called Ubisoft and EA. It's basically AI, right? It is just soulless machines pumping out product. Yeah, very with you there, Jordan. Like, I find game design fascinating. I think it's really cool. I like to kind of study it, sort of. But I don't know how to make a game, and I don't know if I'd want to make games, necessarily. What if I ran Sonic Team? I'd probably fuck it up, because I don't know anything about managing a fucking game development studio. Where is the mailbox? Down here, I think, right? You think being a game designer, a game developer will tremendously benefit my outlook on game design? Yeah, probably. But I don't really have that much interest in making games, and I certainly don't have the time to do it. You tend to trust the opinions of game developers a lot more than silly YouTubers. I mean, I'm always pretty clear when I start talking about stuff that I'm not a game designer. I'm just some fucking asshole who's played a lot of video games. You think by testing games I get to hang out with the actual game designers? Well, I've heard from people that have done game testing before. The testers don't really have much of a say about anything. You look for bugs and you report them, and that's your job. Suggesting, like, game design tweaks and stuff is generally something that they don't want. That's not your job. Yeah, exactly. Game testers see if the collision in the game works correctly. So you brush up against every wall in the game, and that's your job. It's not making a game. Well, Voltrix, go apply for game testing. You can do it remotely, and there's always more studios making games, so there's always jobs for it available. But from what I've heard from people that have done it, it sucks. It sucks hard. Have I done everything on this level? Everything except for... Oh, I never even got the bubble power up here. And I'm missing 50... money bucks. Gaming becoming your job also kills a lot of your passion for it. Certainly can. Absolutely. Although I don't know if I would consider game testing gaming as a job, because you're barely playing. I'm not gonna find that last bit of money. Fuck it. Just gonna move on. No, I've heard, Sweet, from people that have worked for Ubisoft that you get sent to the Assassin's Creed mines, is the term they used. No, I assume working for a AAA studio probably sucks. Probably working at Nintendo is cool. And Valve. Those are probably good places to work. Outside of that, I would never want to work for a AAA studio, I don't think. Yeah, right, Voltrix? The problem with Valve is that they do have that structure of you can work on whatever you want, which is great and all, but it means no one is working on TF2. Oh yeah, that's very true, Sonic White. Working for a Japanese studio may suck because of the work culture of the country. Although Nintendo has talked about how they don't like to do that, so again, might be okay there. Here's another thing, Jordan, and I feel like it's something that a lot of people don't acknowledge when talking about like Sonic and the scope of Sonic games these days. Sega is not the company it used to be. Several years ago, they like downsized dramatically. Like, they're not really a AAA publisher anymore. They don't make like super huge big budget games. They're like a mid-sized company nowadays. I think this is the last level of the game. Because of Sonic Boom or for bigger reasons? Not because of Sonic Boom. Sonic is not that important. No, it's just the company has not been doing that well financially for many years. So they had to downsize. There was like a whole thing, like they laid off their entire arcade division, and there were a lot of layoffs at the company. And like they were encouraging a lot of people to do early retirements and stuff. Like, yeah, Sega is just not that big of a company anymore. Yeah, sweet, that's their culture, and their culture is leading to population decline because no one has time to live a life. And also people are, like, collapsing at work all the time and are miserable. But that's their culture. Yeah, it's a bad culture, clearly. I mean, truthfully, America also has a very unhealthy work culture. Was the restructuring around the time of Sonic Boom? No, I think it's after. I think it was like 2018, something like that. Sega had their big downscale. Well, Sweet, the number doesn't have to go up, but it needs to maintain, otherwise you end up with a population made primarily of senior citizens who cannot support the economy. You need your population to be mostly made up of young people. But if there's not a lot of reproduction happening, that's a problem. Also, over the course of time, that adds up. If there's less people in the next generation, then there will be even less people in the next generation, and then even less in the next generation. It's not just a Japan thing. A lot of places around the world are struggling with culture or with population decline. Why do they rush games like a AAA company? Because they do the same thing that lots of game companies do. They don't give a fuck. They just want their money. They want to please their investors. The Shinzo Abe defense of it is gonna go crazy. I am not that familiar with Japanese politics. But I have seen stuff just in general about global population decline. Yeah, wasn't there a thing, Sweet brings it up right now, that, like, some Japanese government official was telling young people, like, stop playing video games and watching anime and go have sex? Something like that. Which is hilarious. Damn, we're really getting in there, Sweet. I mean, I imagine most people would say that porn is not satisfactory. Just a guess, though. Just a guess. Why marry an IRL wife when you can have a virtual waifu? Yeah, has anyone seen those ads for, like, virtual AI wives? That's some weird stuff right there. I mean, and I'm fully for the robot, wife future, but not like an app on your phone. Man, we're getting real in there with the big topics, talking about the lack of genuine human connection in today's modern technological world. We're getting in there today. The shitty capitalism version of robot waifus is Chat GPT on your phone. That's not what I wanted. Do I think Mojang sucks? I don't really have much of an opinion of them. Did my novel dive into similar topics? Yeah. My novel talked a lot about relations with robots and whether or not that's okay, or whether or not you individually are okay with that, and whether other people are, whether or not you're okay with other people not being okay with that, and just exploring a lot of questions. I tried not to, like, give any explicit answers. The book obviously goes in the direction that it does, but I tried to evenly look at multiple sides of how people could feel about that and kind of just present it to the audience and let them feel how they want about it. See, the thing is, you don't know it doesn't have feelings. I mean, at the current level, you do know, because current AI is, like, if you are not sending a message to ChatGPT, it's not thinking. It's not doing anything. We're not there yet. We would need to create general artificial intelligence, which is likely very far away. Have I seen Chobits? No. I tried watching it. but I didn't really get into it. But that is the kind of thing I normally would like. Sweet. Look, man, your robot waifu can do things that no real woman ever could. I don't have enough. Imagine you got an AI partner and it wouldn't even say it loves you. That would be quite the blow. Not even the wife you paid for likes you. Imagine having a robot waifu and they're a bitch. Maybe that's what you want. See, Sweet, what you're talking about is the Matrix. That was like the premise of the Matrix, right? Originally, the machines made the Matrix into like a perfect paradise that humans would be happy in, but they found that humans didn't like that. So they created a world more like reality that had conflict and problems and stresses. I wonder how true that is. I wonder if we lived in like a totally problem-free world. Would people not like that? People would probably invent bullshit to create conflict over. I mean, isn't that kind of reality anyway? Welcome to Pariah's philosophical stream, where we play video games and ponder reality. We demand conflict. Yeah, I mean, I personally do believe that like the Star Trek future is impossible and will never happen. I have some very optimistic friends that are big Star Trek fans that hope that that will be the future of humanity, and I'm like, that is definitely never going to happen. You don't want to spoil Spark 3? I appreciate that. I mean, I don't really care that much about the spoilers of the Spark games. I don't even know the story of the first two games. I skipped all the cutscenes on my playthroughs because I'm like, whatever, who cares? What's up, Mitch? Welcome back. Yeah, Mitch, we're talking about philosophy and humanity and human behavior and the future direction of our species. We're getting in there right now. I mean, kind of, not really. We're not going that deep, but we are talking about those things, sort of. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I am not an optimistic person in general. Personally, I feel the prospects of humanity long-term are not good. Like, I do not personally believe that we'll ever leave the solar system or get to, like, multi-planetary science fiction future. I don't think that's possible. I find, honestly, most likely that humanity will eradicate itself through, like, global warming and shit. I wouldn't even imagine that we're gonna make it another 1,000 years. But that's just me. I have enough? I got 42. Plenty. There's some really long trails on this level, I'm pretty sure. There's the thing, right there. If I hug Sonic, would it sting? I'm pretty sure we see Chris hug Sonic in Sonic X, right? So I guess not. Raya is a doom and gloom kind of guy? I mean, yeah, sort of. I mean, if you look at the history of how humanity has treated itself and the planet, it does not paint a good picture for the future. Which Sonic character do I think is the most huggable? Well, I guess that is a dependent question on what you mean by that. Like, huggable implies, I assume, that they give good hugs. But it's also like, what character would you want to hug the most? And those are two different things, right? Like, I assume Big probably gives the best hugs, right? But who would you want to hug the most? I would probably want to hug Cream, because she's really cute. Oh, Vanilla also probably gives good hugs. She's a mom. She's got lots of experience with it. I mean, can you really be good or bad at hugging? I guess you can. Yeah, hug Rouge and she steals your wallet. Definitely. See, now, by Vanilla being the size of an average human mother, I imagine that means she's the size of an average Japanese human mother, right? So she's probably a bit on the short side. In Sonic X, she's 4'3"? Yeah, that's short. Is that really how tall she is in Sonic X? That is really short. Unless that's... Really? That does not seem like that would be... I guess in the context of Sonic X, everyone would probably be around that height. Wait, no. Sonic X takes place in America, right? So, like, everyone else should be around our heights. So Vanilla should actually look shorter if that's supposed to be her height. Yeah, but Vanilla's like the size of an average human in Sonic X, right? But those humans, are they 4 feet tall? I mean, 4'4" isn't that much taller than Sonic, right? Isn't Sonic like 3 something? Like, how short is Cream or Charmy, then? Like, those fuckers are probably, like, 1.5 feet tall. Has Vanilla even been in the IDW comics much? I mean, I don't read them, so I don't know. I love the aesthetic of this game. Like, it does such a good job of building this world. That this is like a casino for these little bugs using all these toys and stuff. Tables made of dice and dominoes and cards and shit. It's lovely. Oh wait, yeah. Gotta check out this. And then there's this. That's weird. We're being watched. Yeah, lore. I told you there was some creepy stuff in this game eventually. And that's it. Anyway, back to cozy bug fun. Do I find mildly ominous lore like this in games tacky? No, I mean, it depends on how it's done. If you can make it work, it's fine. People ask me a lot of questions about my opinion of things, like assuming some, like, precedent of opinion that I would have. Like, do I find that tacky? I don't know, should I? Why do you assume that I've thought about that much? I'm very opinionated? Yeah, but, it's not like I've thought about every single fucking topic in a video game ever. And there's a lot of stuff I just don't really care about. Like, it's one thing to ask my opinion of something, but it's another thing to, like, ask if I have an assumed opinion. Like, I don't know. If someone was like, what do you think of Sonic Prime? Whatever. But then instead the question gets asked, do you think Sonic Prime is bad? It's like, why do you phrase the question in that weird way? Should I think it's bad? Is there something wrong with me if I don't think it's bad? It's just weird. Been binging the fuck out of One Piece and not even halfway through. I mean, Mitch, you don't, you never get through One Piece, because it lasts forever. How many days of One Piece episodes are there? It's gotta be, like, a month of One Piece to watch, real time. Do I watch things on 1x speed, or do I like speeding them up? I do not speed things up, no. I find that to be a bizarre thing to even consider doing. Clocking in your shift to watch One Piece. I mean, you shouldn't watch One Piece, first of all. The anime kind of sucks. You should read One Piece. Yes, sweet, because that's all that art is. Information to be absorbed. How it's presented is worthless. So just blast through it as quickly as possible. Who cares about pacing? That's insignificant. It means nothing. Not calling you out specifically there. That's just... That seems to me to be the mentality of that kind of approach. One pace, it removes the filler. I've never heard of one pace, but even if you had that, the actual pacing of the episodes is still atrocious. Oh, I can call you out. It's not your fault your brain is fried. That's true, I guess. If you were just exposed to shit that fucked you up in that kind of way, that can happen. You can watch anime in 2x or 4x speed? Never. Like, okay, a YouTube video that's not actually, like, meaningful, I can understand that. But, like, film? I would never, ever, in a trillion years, consider watching something at an increased pace. That is absurd. I don't even know where I'm sending this to, or if I'm putting it in the right direction. Where is this going? Where's this connecting to? Oh yeah, okay, right there. Hello? Do you want to connect? What's happening? What the fuck? I can be used way more than should be necessary. Regis Sophie, watch the punch of this week. That is so accurate with One Piece. Because One Piece, especially like later stuff, is like they have the 2.5 minute long intro and the 2.5 minute long outro, and then the 6 minute long recap of what's been going on in the past couple of episodes. So you only get like 10 minutes of actual new content, and it's super slow paced, so nothing ever actually happens. So it's like, yeah, one punch will happen in the entire episode. God, the One Piece anime is fucking awful. Yeah, again, Sweet, my response to that is, who cares about the art of film and filmmaking and direction and pacing? All that matters is that you acquire the information. At that point, just fucking read what the story is. I wouldn't fault Daddy Sakurai? Sure I would, absolutely. I do not, like, worship Sakurai as some sort of god, like a lot of people seem to, which is weird. He makes really good video games, and he's a very smart man. That doesn't mean that he's perfect, or that he doesn't do things that I disagree with. How would I translate Japanese Sonic to English? You know, I've thought about, like, localization. Because localization is a complicated business of trying to preserve the original intentions in a different language. And, like, yeah, Junichi's performance of Sonic. The thing is, like, Japanese voice acting has a different approach compared to English voice acting. So, like, doing a direct one-to-one, like, as authentic as possible actually doesn't really work that well a lot of times. And plus there are some irreconcilable things, like what do you do about Sonic speaking in English all the time in Japanese? When you translate to English, what do you turn that into? So it's difficult, and I don't know what you do. He speaks Spanish instead. See, but that does not... I understand that's just a joke, but if you did something like that, that would not preserve the intention, because English has, like, weird connotations in Japan, where, for some reason, they just think English is cool, so characters speaking in English is just, like, a thing, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but it's how it works. So, like, Sonic speaking in another language in English wouldn't necessarily be perceived as cool in that same kind of way, you know? Have a Sonic game where he speaks gibberish, Rayman 2 style. You know, I was thinking about it not too long ago. When you really think, Rayman 2 has a Sonic story, right? What's it about? It's about an army of aliens that come to a planet, and they're all robots, conveniently, and they kidnap all the life of the planet, and they pollute and shit, and they're trying to, like, sell everything off for money, and the world is in a horrible situation, and then Rayman has to free all of the captured creatures and get rid of the evil robot army. And I'm like, why does this game have a Sonic story? Yeah, exactly, Sweet. When you hear "it can't be helped," like, anytime I see that in the subtitles, it's kind of funny, because, you know, it's like, what do we do? How do we translate that? Robots may be a convenient enemy for violence? Yeah, obviously. In fact, didn't the 2014 TMNT series, it made all the Foot Clan robots, so that way Leo and Raph could actually use their weapons against them? Yeah, I've heard of Excitebots. I played Excite Truck back on the Wii when it first came out. It was a really fun game. Never played Excitebots, though. The classic cartoon also had the Foot Clan be robots? Like the 80s one? Were they? I did not know that. Is that true? I always thought they were dudes. That's why Leo always just kicks guys all the time and never actually uses his swords. Oh yeah, Samurai Jack. Absolutely. Samurai Jack straight up would have gore in it, but it would be robot parts and oil instead of guts and blood. Why would you read the One Piece manga if you can watch the anime at work? Because then you'll actually enjoy One Piece, A, and B, you can get through it a lot fucking faster. And C, there won't be a bunch of fucking filler in there. Favorite Samurai Jack episode? That's a difficult one. It may be the first episode with the Scotsman. That's a very fun episode. Or no, not the first one. That's not the first one. I'm thinking of the one where they have to go save the Scotsman's wife. That's a very fun episode. I also like the one, I mean, everyone likes the one, where it's, the black and white fight with Jack in the light and the other ninja in the dark. That's obviously one of the coolest episodes. Do I binge shows or dedicate like an hour per day? Usually I like to binge stuff, but I really don't think about it too much. I turn on a show and watch it for as long as I feel like it. Sometimes that's 1 hour, sometimes that's 5 hours. Oh, Three Blind Archers, absolutely. Three Blind Archers is an excellent one. I mean, Samurai Jack just has so many great episodes. I would probably check out the new One Piece anime remake. I will check it out when it comes out, probably. And if it's good, maybe. I don't know. See, the thing is, I didn't stop with One Piece because the anime sucked. I stopped with One Piece because I'm just not really into shonen action stuff anymore. Like, I have not seen very much after the time skip. I got, like, partway into Fishman Island, and then I stopped. Just because I wasn't really into it anymore. This game is lovely? Yeah, it is lovely. Very, very chill game. Very, relaxing to just... If you like 3D platforming and collecting, here's a game where you can just relax and do that. And it's a good time. Thoughts on Mario 64? Very good game, but very flawed. They butchered Chopper post-time skip? I don't really know too much about... Truthfully, I don't really know much about the character's abilities post-time skip. I know that Chopper has new forms he can use, and he doesn't need a Rumble Ball anymore, and now he just needs one Rumble Ball, and he can enter monster form that he now has control of, right? That's like Chopper's power-up. I know Robin can make, like, full-body clones of herself, I think, and she can make gigantic, clones, right? And I know Luffy has Gear 4 and 5 now. I don't really know anything about Gear 4 or 5, though. And that's really all I know about the character power-ups post-time skip. Oh yeah, and Luffy has hockey powers now. Mario 64 has 2 flaws. It has way more than that. Name the flaws, Pariah-kun? Well, ejecting you out of the level for no reason after collecting a star hurts the pacing and is very arbitrary. Really does not need to be there. The 100 coin missions are a pain in the ass. There's way too many bottomless pits for how finicky the controls and the physics are. The render distance also makes 100 coins a real problem to do a lot of times. That's it off the top of my head, in addition to what you already said. The camera sucks. I think that's pretty much everything, I would say. Oh yeah, and the level design is, not the best, sometimes. And some of the mission design is very weak. Some of those stars, you basically just walk up to them and get them. Like, people complain about that in Odyssey, that, like, some of the moons are like that, but it's like, well, Mario 64 has less stars, and some of them are still like that. Do I just play video games without something in the background? Yes. Is that weird? Yeah, I just play a video game. I like to listen to the music of the game and, you know, the sound effects and be immersed. It's like half a day to 100% Mario 64 on first playthrough. Maybe a little bit longer than that. I don't remember what my first playthrough was, but it was probably something like, I don't know, 6 or 8 hours to 100% first playthrough, which is not terrible length for a collect-a-thon 3D platformer. You'll mute the music in fighting games to play your own? Yeah, I don't even do that. I mean, to be fair, a lot of the fighting games I play have fucking sick music, like Killer Instinct or Guilty Gear. I want to listen to that music, it's so good. The only games that I play with stuff in the background is like Souls games. If I'm replaying them, I'll usually listen to stuff. Or sometimes if I'm doing matches of like Binding of Isaac or Call of Duty Zombies or something like that. Those I will throw something on in the background because it's just the same shit I've listened to a billion times already. And they're not super audibly interesting. But if a game has music, I will usually listen to the music. Where's the podium for this? Muting Binding of Isaac Rebirth soundtrack. Well, I don't mute it. I still play it. Because I don't listen to music a lot when I play games. I like listen to podcasts and stuff. But, I mean, I don't really think that Binding of Isaac has, like, that good of music. Nothing that really stands out to me. The only Binding of Isaac song that, like, I can remember that makes me go, like, oh, yeah, that's really good is, the Cathedral theme. Did I listen to the original Isaac soundtrack? I mean, when I played the original game, honestly, I don't really remember the soundtrack much. Yeah, that's definitely true, kilometers per minute. Replay value, truthfully, if we're talking about games as products, is not really that important. Most people do not replay games. Most people don't even beat games the first time around. So, focusing on replay value, it may not even be the best idea, truthfully. I mean, I feel that's the reason that a lot of people don't gel with Sonic games, is they play them once and then they move on. They're like, it was okay. Yeah, I would recommend that, Frickerific. You appreciate it a lot more if you actually pay attention to it, believe it or not. Like, I hear a lot of people also do that, not just with games, but with, like, shows and stuff, that they'll, like, throw a show on in the background while they do stuff. I don't do that. If I'm watching a show, I'm watching a show. I just don't fit my age group. I do not have the social media always looking at my phone brain rot. When I'm out of the house, or even basically when I'm away from my desk, I really am not doing anything digital or online at all. I am not someone that's constantly checking my phone or anything. Would I be offended if someone called my shows good background noise? Again, that's a very presumptuous, opinion-based question. People have told me that they listen to my stuff in the background. I mean, if what you want to do, it's what you want to do. Sure, whatever. My videos oftentimes aren't even that visual anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. It's just not something I like to do. It's part of the reason I don't like music very much, because music, you just sit there and listen to it, and if I'm not doing that, like if I try to listen to music while doing something, I won't pay attention to it. Like if I'm in the car and I'm listening to music, I will get lost in my thoughts, and I will not pay any attention to what I'm listening to, and I won't enjoy it. I'll just completely forget it. Does not work well for me. You like to watch my videos on mute and imagine what I'm saying? You know, that's a way to enjoy a video. Do I like Legos? I haven't played with Legos since I was a kid. I was really into Bionicles back in the day. They were cool. Music is good for things that don't require much attention. The problem for me is that if I'm doing something that doesn't require a lot of attention, my mind drifts off into La La Land. I just get lost in my own thoughts, and I'm not paying attention to anything. Just listen to my music louder? I don't like to do that. I don't want to damage my hearing like a lot of people who are really into music do. Yeah, I don't even really listen to music when I'm working. Like, when I'm writing, I just sit there in silence. Music could give you inspiration, though. I have never gotten any inspiration from music before. I'm just not a very musically inclined person. Would I do a review of Fortnite if they did a Sonic collab? No. Maybe it's a writer thing with me and music? I mean, I didn't care about music long before I wasn't writing. That made no sense grammatically. I didn't care about music at any point very much, even before I started to write. It's just not really my thing. I think that's everything in this level. I'm missing some Tinykin still, but that doesn't really matter much. You didn't care about music until it made you cry? Yeah, no music has ever made me cry before. Is the game trying to play another 2D cutscene right now? I think it might be. Yeah, it did. Damn it. Fucking hell, game. Why you gotta be like this? Hold on. You know what I just realized? Beating the game is gonna be a problem because it's gonna play a cutscene at the end and we won't get to see it. Try that again. We're pretty much done with the game. That's all the levels. Now there's just like a final ending sequence. Yeah, that cutscene didn't play. We just missed it, I think. Yep, we just missed it. Great, cool. Gonna have to play the game for yourself if you want to see that cutscene. How about that? Or watch the cutscene on YouTube. I guess that's also an option. Dude, she's got an ocarina. Zelda fan over there. Nobody can play an ocarina unless you're a fucking Zelda nerd. I'm not supposed to talk to this guy? What am I supposed to do at this point? There we go.
What? My favorite song. Who did that?
Oh yeah, this guy's voice acted.
Who's there? Show yourselves, ruffians.
Has the game been gibberish up to this point? Yeah, pretty much. But I like this. I like the story setup of this game, that if you pay attention to things, like, you can actually, like, see... You can learn about the family that used to live here. And all the details, everything we've been playing has been their home. And you can... There's nice stuff like that.
Hey, what did you... You turned off the music? You look like a giant Tinykin with... Oh, my apologies. I was lost in my thoughts. I am... Salvio Ardwin. And you... found me. Congratulations. Well, I imagine I need to find a new hiding place now. It shouldn't be hard. I know my own house like the back of my hand.
Dun dun dun.
It's just getting tiring, avoiding everyone. They take me for a god down there, if you can believe it. How ironic. I'm pathetic. A failure.
Yeah, all the church stuff up to this point has been talking about the god Ardwin, which is this guy.
My product was only supposed to shrink people down a little, but everything went wrong so fast. For centuries now, maybe even millennia, I've tried to fix my mistake. The mutilations I caused to my own body are the price I've paid to continue existing. This house, or rather this prison, is stuck in time, all for the amusement of those abject monsters. A being that caused the extinction of his own species is more of a demon than a god. Would you agree? Oh, Lucretia, and but it's funny. My people follow you as if you had something in common. I've never seen them interested in anyone but me. I need to get back to Earth, the real Earth. You understand? But nothing ever changes here.
Yeah, right, sweet. This guy's giving his life story and he's just smiling there.
Forever be inaccessible. I ended up giving up on it entirely. You're a descendant of the Earthlings? But I thought I'd wipe them all out. Mylodane is... and you're from Aegis. Aegis, that sounds familiar. But of course, it was one of the worlds we'd prepared in case of a...
Yeah, this is the first character to be voice acted in this game.
So they had enough time. They had enough time.
Except for the intro, where Mylodane is.
Mylodane with your billions of compatriots. I'm so happy and so relieved. I was so alone.
It is just exposition, but I think it's alright.
Thousands of years of technological advancement. Your suit. Show it to me. Maybe all that my machine is missing is... Quickly, Mylodane. I absolutely must meet this read-me. I'm no god, but I think I feel a miracle coming on. My young friend, I'm afraid the legends about me might be quite exaggerated. I'm very lucky the blueprint ended up with you. All your inventions, such genius.
Play, PQ. See that?
We won't have to go far to find what we need. Mylodane, open your hand. That bone, it's one from little Nevis, isn't it? Just a toy now, but which contains more energy than we needed to light up a capital city back in my day.
I want to say that bone he had at the beginning. I don't remember. It's definitely set up. I may have skipped a cutscene or something.
Mylodane, for thousands of years I hoped to bring humanity back. I never believed that humanity could bring me back. If I remember, there's enough space for two in the machine.
Oh my god, the cutscene is working. Can you believe it? I think it's because this is the first human that we've talked to in the whole game. Whereas all of the other stuff has been bug people. That was it, by the way. That was the payoff for, like, that creepy part that we saw in that last level. That's it. There you go. That's Tinykin. Fun little game. Do I like burgers? Yeah. That was a game. It was, in fact, a game that you can play. Yeah, it's not like the most amazing game in the world, obviously. Very simple, very straightforward, very repetitive, honestly. But it is enjoyable. Very laid back, very relaxing. Cute world, cute characters. If you actually talk with the NPCs and stuff, there's some fun dialogue and stuff, world building and everything. Like I said, you can learn about the family that lived there if you pay attention. It's nice. It's a nice game. How does this rank on the tier list of all the games I've played on stream? I don't even remember all the things I played on stream, but I think this is a perfectly good game. Needs more momentum physics. That is one thing. I feel like the movement in this game is a bit too straightforward and simple. If it had more tech that made it more fun to jump around, that would probably make it a lot better. But I guess it's not that kind of game. It's more going for like a Banjo-Kazooie type vibe. Do I think Sonic Team could make a better Pokemon game than Game Freak? I don't even know what a Pokemon game is like, because I've never played one. This is a French game? I guess? I wasn't even paying attention. When does a game no longer become an indie game? I mean, indie... I guess we do kind of use the term indie game incorrectly, right? Because indie means independent, so it would be an independently made and released game. But this game wasn't independently released. It has a publisher. It's just not a big publisher. So I guess technically this is not an indie game. But with video games, it's very weird, because thanks to, you know, Steam and stuff, and really just online digital storefronts, anyone can make a game and just put it up anywhere, so anything can be an indie game these days, really. Like, the term indie comes from, like, you know, independent film and stuff like that, but that was from a time where you had to get your movie in movie theaters, and it was difficult for a person to get a movie in movie theaters, as opposed to a movie company. So independent film is not really a thing in the same way that independent games are. So we kind of just use the indie term just to mean, like, I don't know, smaller games made by small teams, which is not really what it means. We should make a better term for that. I mean, but sweet, what if your game studio is like 6 people that you know personally? That's like a lot of indie games, isn't it? A low budget game? I mean, what's our definition of that then, though? Because, I don't know, fucking Microsoft puts out, like, smaller low budget games. Do those mean that they're indie games? If you have an office? Yeah, I would say if you have, like, a dedicated game development office studio, that probably puts you outside the realm of indie. Like, I would not consider Double Fine an independent developer. They were a bigger developer that would publish their own games until they got bought by Microsoft. You know, like mid-sized companies, I would not consider indie companies. But something like, I don't know, Freedom Planet, that's clearly an indie game, even though it was made by a studio of a good number of people. But they just put it out themselves, and, you know, it's a very small game, clearly. Define indies as the CEO is directly involved in the game's development. I mean, there are some companies that are really big where the CEO is directly involved. Like, Baldur's Gate 3, the CEO of that developer was involved in the game development. I would not call that an indie game, though. Yeah, Valve is an indie studio, because Gabe makes the games as well, right? Exactly. Will I play Rolling Rascal? Definitely. What kind of game studio would I consider independent? I don't know. Like, Team Cherry, that's independent developers, right? They made the game themselves, and they published it themselves. That is an independent game. Alright, dudes. That'll be it for the stream today. Thanks for coming. Hope you had some fun. Went a bit longer than the usual streams, but we got close enough to the end of the game that I was like, fuck it. We can finish it off this stream. Alright, I'll see you around, all. Thanks for watching. Probably gonna stream again later the week. We'll see. Bye-bye.